Luck is good.
From here, you cannot see that. Let's. So, Mr. Clerk, are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh, we're not yet ready.
Yeah.
Sorry, I jumped the gun. Let's go again. Good afternoon. It's Tuesday, October 21st, 2025, and the County Board is in session. I move that the County Board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code, sections 2.2-3711 .a, 1, 5, 7, and 8 for consultation and legal advice from the county attorney regarding the interpretation of a site plan and its conditions and subordination of existing loans, consultation with the county attorney regarding 2 active lawsuits and 1 matter that may result in active litigation where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the public body, and consultation of the county attorney regarding the county board's legal authority over public and private property, and discussions concerning a prospective business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the business or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in Arlington County, and discussions regarding the performance of a board appointee and discussions regarding potential candidates for a board appointed position. Do I have a second?
Second.
It is seconded by Board Member Coffey. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Nobody. The motion carries, and we are in closed session. Thank you. gavel out our closed session that we have just concluded, and with my colleague, Mr. Spain, joining us, we can start, right, Mr. Clerk?
I believe so. Yes, we're good to go.
Yes. So before I gavel in, Mason Kushner, the clerk of the county board, has a birthday today. So happy birthday to you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Kushner.
Chair. I
Thank you
appreciate
for your service, working diligently. We can begin to sing,
I leave that to you. I'm glad to be here.
but we are going to sing eventually today. So at the end. Okay. Good afternoon, good evening, actually, already. The county board is back in session out of a closed meeting. I will move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and second, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. I will need a second for this.
Second.
It's seconded by Board Member Coffey. Mr. Kushner, please call the roll.
Yes, of course, Mr. Carantonis.
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Yes.
Mrs. Coffey.
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham.
Yes.
Mr. Spain Sr.
Yes.
So the motion passes. We have successfully gavelled out from our closed meeting. Thank you for everybody for gathering today. We are going, the first thing that we will do, I mean, this part of the meeting is about appointments, awards, recognitions, proclamations, and report, but we will begin first with our advisory group related actions. And the first one, we have some charter updates to discuss today. Vice Chair DeFerranti, that's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to be brief. I have a very brief presentation, if we can put this up. This is called regarding the local Board of Building Code Appeals. There may be one or two in the audience who are aware of this. This is essentially interpretation of our building codes. Hadn't been updated in years and years. Thank you to Graham Weinshank, my aide, who helped with that. Just for context, and just so the folks know, it will be short, there's a background slide, which is the next one. The governing documents were updated in 2011, 2025, it's time. This is specifically about interpreting statewide building codes, which can be very, very important, but it's just specific to interpretation, so the scope of this is a lot of experts. We have added a resident individual. I've talked with Shahryar about this. The next slide talks about membership, 5 members, and there's state code that applies to this entity, and then there's also our work that we have done on this. And so our current LBBCA membership is 6 members in terms of 5 years. We are shifting slightly in the last slide, talks about the 6 members, and importantly, 1 resident of Arlington County. I thought that was particularly key, but the other individuals, and we will be appointing individuals along these lines. This entity is not met often in most years, but it is important for us to have updated charters. Thus, I will move. Has been shared with all board members. There is some updates to the charter that are in draft form, and I will move that we approve those. And I move that the county board adopt the revised charter of the local Board of Building Code Appeals.
Is there a second for the motion? I can second it.
Great.
I'm seconding it. So it's moved and seconded. Any discussion? I see lights, but probably only for the vote, right? So then I will call the vote. All in favor of the motion of to adopt the revised charter of the local Board of Building Code Appeals by Vice Chair DeFerranti, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nobody. The motion carries, and we have adopted a revised charter for this board. Then police, the second action related to our advisory bodies here is the Police Contract Towing Advisory Board. There is a resolution to reconstitute the same. Again, back to Vice Chair DeFerranti and to Dr. Miller. on the matter.
Thank you.
from staff.
I will be very brief. I'll make the motion, and then I'll see if Dr. Miller could add a couple of sentences as to the sort of driving reason for readopting. This is also covered by state code. We actually, in the course of the broader towing discussion, broader towing non-police contract, we have had some discussion of this contract. And so I do want to get on the record that we did do some real thinking in this case. But this is also an effort to make sure that we're reconstituting on time and fully in alignment with state law. So I move that the county board adopt a resolution authorizing the reconstitution of the Arlington County Advisory Board on police contract towing.
Thank you. Is there a second?
After the second.
Oh,
Second.
It is seconded by Board Member Coffey. So we are in discussion. I would like to refer to staff first.
Sure.
Sure.
Dr. Miller.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Vice Chair. As mentioned, this is police contract towing. This differs from what I came to you on Saturday with, in that police contract towing refers to the towing of unattended, abandoned, or otherwise immobile vehicles on public property. So this is towing conducted by the Arlington County Police Department for vehicles that are either abandoned, unattended, or immobile on our public roadways, in our neighborhoods, etc. The Police Contract Towing Advisory Board is a state-mandated advisory board composed of 3 representatives, 1 from law enforcement, 1 from a towing and recovery operator, and 1 from the general public. This board is required by the Code of Virginia to review and provide advice and recommendation on suggestions for the appropriate terms of our police towing contract. So as we get ready to go out to bid for this contract, this advisory board is charged by state code to provide advice on that RFP that then gets presented. They do not advise on the award of that RFP. It's just the content of the solicitation. And so with the reconstitution of this board, as mentioned, there is a public member. And so I'll let the board talk a little bit about the application process for that. And then later this year, it will be open for competitive bid, and we hope to award early 2026 for an updated contract.
Mr. Chair, just a big thank you for Dr. Miller for making simple the bigger picture of what's going on here. The RFP needs to be done well and right, and the public needs engagement through that, and then the selection would be done through a professional and thorough process. Thank you.
Right. Colleagues, is there any other discussion? So on the motion of Vice Chair De Ferranti, please indicate your approval with aye. Aye. Opposed? None. The motion carries 5-0. Moving on to the other exciting charter, the County Auditor Charter, and I will pass it to my colleagues Maureen Coffey and Susan Cunningham to discuss this. And with our auditor here, welcome, Mr. Scott. So, yes.
I think Ms. Coffey's going to begin.
Great,
Go for it.
okay. Well, we welcome our auditor, Mr. Wayne Scott, to the table. We've, been reviewing our original county auditor and audit committee charter, which we discussed with the audit committee in open meeting last month. We are suggesting breaking them into 2 separate documents to preserve independence. And other than that, I will hand it to Mr. Scott to go through.
Thank you very much, and happy to be here, and thank you all for hearing this through on the charter. So as Ms. Coffey has just mentioned, the charter has been split into, the board charge has been split into 2 distinct documents, as mentioned. One for helping to improve or strengthen the independence of the county auditor function, as well as kind of with industry best practice of having a separate audit committee charter as well as a county auditor charter. Many of the changes that are in here are reflective of additions to the charter in the Office of County Auditor Charter, adding a mission and vision statement, again, strengthening the auditor independence, and just some other clarification points that were made so it's aligned with the audit committee charter, as well as in helping with references to how the Office of County Auditor is stated throughout the charter.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott. You may want to have yeah, exactly. It's just higher gain. Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, Ms. Coffey, I see your lights.
I'll just add a thank you, as we've seen with the first two actions today, kind of keeping our charters and keeping things up to date really helps us keep the government running. So appreciate your work and your team's work, both to make sure the charter is in good place and to really be cranking through important audits to provide transparency to the community.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey?
I'm ready to offer a motion if.
Awesome.
Great. I move that the county board adopt the revised charter of the Office of County Auditor.
Second.
And it's
Oh,
sec-
sorry. Do you want- Okay.
It's seconded by Vice Chair DeFerranti. Is there any further discussion? I hear none. All in favor of the motion of Ms. Coffey, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? None. The motion carries unanimously. We have a revised
Great.
charter. Then the next one,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, I was going to say, I'm happy to just make do you have more to say on the separate charter?
Just want to add just one additional clarification on the Audit Committee charter. One of the things that we've added to this charter is so we can strengthen the qualifications and talk about the qualifications. So we've not only added in some minimum qualifications for our committee members, but also some desired qualifications that we would like to seek as we move forward. Thank you.
Just to do some chair-splaining here, the county auditor is the function of the county auditor. Wayne Scott is our county auditor, so the first charter was about his office. And then we have a public committee, so the audit committee, this is the second motion. So do we have a second motion? Yes.
Yes.
By,
And I would move that the county board adopt the revised charter of the Audit Committee.
is there a second?
Second.
And it's seconded by Board Member Cunningham. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will take a vote. All in favor of the motion of Ms. Coffey, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much for that, and thank you, Mrs. Scott, for being here and accompanying us. So the next thing is our appointments. So I have a little list here. I will go through, reading through the list. This is compulsory because we have to read them out, and then we will take a vote. There is no need for a second of this motion. So I move the following appointments: to the Arlington Partnership for Children, Youth and Families, to appoint Dr. Lisa Kaplovich for a term ending October 31st, 2027, to reappoint Taja Iglesias for the term ending October 31st, 2027, and reappoint Gary Schulman for the term ending October 31st, 2027, to the Commission on Aging, to appoint Carol Lieber for a term ending October 31st, 2028, to the Community Criminal Justice Board, to appoint Arlington Public Health Director Dr. Deirdre D. Parrish, to the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council to appoint Sarah Loden for a first term ending October 31st, 2027, to the Disability Advisory Commission to appoint Laura Kim for a term ending October 31st, 2027, to the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board to reappoint Mark Turnbull for a term ending October 31st, 2029, to the Industrial Development Authority to reappoint Edward Tad Johnson for a term ending October 31st, 2029, to the Local Board of Building Code Appeals to appoint Michael Kelly for a term ending October 31st, 2029, to appoint Bob Braddock for a term ending October 31st, 2029, and to appoint Richard Lunger for a term ending October 31st, 2029. And finally, to the Tenant Landlord Commission to reappoint Kristen Clegg for a term ending October 31st, 2028. This concludes the list under my motion to approve these appointments. A second is not required, so all in favor, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? None. The motion carries unanimously 5-0. So, colleagues, there is an additional appointment before us today. It's different than the previous ones. I move that the county board approve the appointment of Caleb Kopchik as a permanent executive director for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Like previously, there is no need for a second on this motion, but it had to be had to be made separately from the previous ones. If there is any discussion, none, is there any? So I will ask for your vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? None. So thank you. The motion carries 5-0. And this brings us finally to recognitions and proclamations. Before we do, we start with something that's extremely important right now. It has been important for several months right now, but it is of peak importance right now. These are resources for our federal workers, for our immigrant residents and refugee residents. I don't know if we have slides, Mr. Kushner. Yes, we do. So resources for federal workers. First of all, if there are any of you here or can hear us online, we really stand with you without any question. These are extremely difficult times that all of you are going through, your families, tens of thousands of households in Arlington alone, much more in the entire region. So in our website, we offer resume assistance and programs as well, mental health support, food security, as you see them in the slides, housing resources, rent assistance, housing grants, permanent supportive housing, affordable dwelling program, and helping individuals and families to secure stable housing, which very well may be at stake right now for many families, especially for lower earning federal employees. Health insurance, incredibly important. Among the number one in the ranking of questions we got from the very beginning when the RIFs have started. So out of work, federal workers may qualify for financial assistance to reduce coverage costs while securing comprehensive health care. Ask us about that. And currently, shutdown resources, there's a separate webpage under arlingtonva.us, which has centralized resources, including federal and state resources for furloughed and impacted workers, of whom there are many. The second one, upcoming events for federal workers. There is a 3-week starting next week with resume writing and editing for job search strategies. So these are workshops with interview preparation and practice and LinkedIn and networking skills. And then there are the classes that you see here and the 3-week schedule that is projected in this slide. There's also a QR code that you can use for that. It's easy to find. Resources for immigrants and refugees. If you go to our website, arlingtonva.us, and you just type into the search prompt immigrants, you will find these resources. Know your rights, food and housing resources, English classes, and citizenship classes and scholarships. I always say, if you know immigrant residents who have been here for quite a while, chances are that they qualify for applying for their citizenship here. Encourage them to research that and ask us whether we can help, because very often we can. So thank you for these. The next one is commissioner recognition, and it's really a real pleasure to recognize Ms. Joan McIntyre. I will pass this, who was our previous chair of C2E2 and so many other things. So I will pass it to Susan Cunningham, my colleague.
Great. Well, Well, I am just thrilled to recognize Joan McIntyre. We don't have a full accounting of the hours that have been volunteered, but they are not short of all the hours since the beginning of 2019, because Joan has been an absolute stalwart on C2E2, and in every board meeting, every decision and discussion of things having to do with the environment and with the climate. And so we still have a long way to go, but Joan has really raised the bar, bringing together, the infamous C2E2 spreadsheet and the evaluation of each project so that both the current board and previous boards and our staff and development partners really get the cadence of the things that we need to be asking day in and day out to make sure our built environment and our living environment really reflects our values around reducing the impacts of climate change. So I have a very official and exciting certificate for you, Joan, and if you'd come up, I will present it to you.
Sounds like Joe McIntyre.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe.
We have an amazing community with a lot of volunteers. We're really blessed. This is an embarrassment of riches sometimes. But there are a few where you feel after a long career like John's that you have learned something very specific. There is something that sticks after their tenure because they have moved the community forward in many ways. And John is one of these people, I have to say, of whom we have many, but each and every one is very important in this community. So thank you so much for having moved the needle and pushed the envelope and formed many new ideas in the heads of both on people who have the responsibility to make decisions, but also in the heads of and soul and hearts of the people who have the responsibility to come after you and continue pushing. So thank you so much for this. My turn to thank officially behind this dais a retiree now. He is Rich Dalton. He is the executive director of, or the CEO, actually, I should say, of the Virginia Railway Express, which is our commuter rail here in Northern Virginia. He made the trains literally run, not only on time, but with exceptional safety. He stands for converting a commuter system that was built for, the federal employees and, has the heyday several years ago, but then was hit by the pandemic and has had extreme difficulties to come back. Just as a reminder, a few trains of VRE take the capacity of an entire I-95 lane. So this is an extremely important infrastructure that Rich Dalton has stood for serving. I just want to publicly recognize his service over several years. We sent him a letter of commendation. We're really thankful for his work and service to all communities from Spotsylvania all the way up to here to Arlington and to almost Union Station. More than 100 million people have ridden the system, and he has been a significant part of the success until now and of the resiliency of critical infrastructure in our region. Thank you for that. The next is a presentation of the VACO, the Virginia Association of Counties Achievement Awards 911 on-street for on-street food scrap. So James Hutzler will give some.
Two separate.
Oh, two separate.
Really, we haven't had any combined
So
so far.
911 and on-street food scrap. I apologize for that.
You are all good. Good to be here with you guys.
We are
Mr. Chair.
excited for both, I can tell you that.
No, I hear you. Like you said, James Hutzer, Virginia Association of Counties, glad to be here. I'm very happy to present another achievement award up here in Arlington County. You guys keep on winning, and they keep sending me back here. For those who don't know, Virginia Association of Counties, we've existed since 1934 to serve and support your efforts as county officials in many ways, mostly through our state legislative efforts and federal legislative efforts, and also through our educational programs, member services, and communication efforts. In 2003, VACO started the Achievement Awards to recognize counties that have adopted innovative approaches to providing public services and identifying programs that could serve as models for other counties to emulate. As you said, the Achievement Awards, we actually have two today. One's for the On-Street Food Scraps Collection Program for multifamily building residences and the Next Generation 911. Hell of a title. I do want to say that Arlington, this is your 15th and 16th awards, and you are 8th all-time out of 95 counties. So keep on going. Out of 95, I think 8th is pretty good, personally. But I would like to invite my new best friend, Doug, up to talk about the on-street food scraps program.
Yeah, of course. Good afternoon, everyone. So the On-Street Food Scraps Collection Program was established to provide an easy and convenient way for Arlington residents to divert their food waste. About 72% of Arlington residents live in multifamily buildings or condos and apartments. And so when we started the curbside collection of organics, we wanted to make sure that we were extending opportunities to the entire community. And so with that, we launched the program in July of 2024. Since then, we've had over 3,200 residents participate in dropping off food scraps in the Big Belly containers through this program. And we've been able to divert over 169,000 pounds of food scraps to compost. And so we just want to say thank you to the county board for allowing us to be innovative in our approaches to reducing waste and being able to divert what we can. When we adopted the solid waste management plan last June, we have a long way to go to that 90% diversion, but this is just one step in that process. So thank you again, and thank you, James, for being able to acknowledge our program.
Thank you.
And I believe we have someone to talk on the Next Generation 911 program.
Good afternoon. My name's Tim Kane. I'm the operations manager for Arlington.
On the right side, there is a little button that you can lift.
I don't plan on being here that long. As I said, I'm the operations manager for Arlington County 911 ECC across the street here. So this award, Jessica Baxter, under the leadership of Director Flagler, submitted for us. It's in reference to AWS Connect and the Amazon project that we've done in the ECC for non-emergency call diversion. We handle about 3 times as many, or we used to handle about 3 times as many administrative calls as we do 911 calls, and they're handled by the same body of people that are working. So this project allows us to serve the customer that calls in and needs information on the administrative line without actually having to involve a telecommunicator. And through those efforts, we've been able to give back about 9.2 hours per day that we're not answering admin calls. And that's 9.2 hours per day. We have more time to answer a 911 call and address an emergency. So that is the foundation of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, congratulations on your 2 awards. I would be remiss if I didn't give a huge shout out to Supervisor DeFerrani for being on not only the Arlington board, but for being on the Association of Counties board. I appreciate you, sir. And I hope to be up here next year for when you guys win 3. So let's aim for that.
So if you can help us to take a photo with all the awardees, staff and everybody involved.
Beautiful.
Are you doing combined or 2 separate? Maybe.
We can do 2 separate, yes.
You guys
David, let's do the food scraps program first, and yes.
take credit, Mark.
Yeah. Mark should be in the middle. Footnote, a Big Belly bin closer to this building would be highly appreciated. We are throwing too much. There is a close by one.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one, an exciting one, notable trees. Notable trees for this year. So since the late 1980s, that's last century, Arlington County has nurtured a program that honors some of the most remarkable trees in our community. And I'd like to invite Vincent Vervey, our urban forest manager, who will share with us what makes a tree notable and recognize the individuals who continue to care for these natural treasures. Mr. Vervey, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Vincent Verwey, Urban Forest Manager. I am joined here by staff and several of the awardees. Not everybody could make it, but I have a short presentation with some beautiful tree pictures to share, and then we can get together and take a picture, hopefully. I also have certificates here for those who could attend, and I'll be sending the other certificates to those who couldn't, so they can hang them up on their wall.
The computer has crashed. Give me just a moment. I'll get the slides up.
Yeah, yet another computer crash for another day. That happens. Okay. Well, I can improv in the meantime, so I can move past some of the slides. So the Notable Tree Program has been in place since 1987. We've recognized almost 400 trees since then. Thank you. You can move to the next slide. You can see the 1988 Notable Tree awardees on this picture. Owners are recognized with either a certificate if the tree is less visible to the public, or a plaque if it's very visible to the public if they want it. And while these are not legally protected, these statuses have often helped to communicate the value of the trees, and sometimes even led to conservation of trees when they were recognized. Next slide, please. Notable trees are recognized for their size, their neighborhood value, or unique species. And at this time, we're joined by John Wingert, who is one of our volunteers who helped find and measure these trees. And I also want to thank Commissioners David Howell and Neil Hunter for their review of this list. Next slide, please. The person who owns this tree isn't here, but the picture speaks for itself. This white oak is just a fantastic example of its species, and I really like this multi-season look at it as we go into fall. So this was one. Next slide. Next few belong to Chuck Toftoy, who has joined her here, who has several trees on his property, including 2 deodar cedars seen in the back here. Next slide. And a fantastic Cobus magnolia, which is likely the county champion. It would probably be the largest in the country, but they don't accept small non-native trees, so just assume that it's the country champion as well. Next slide. And he couldn't just have 3, so he had 4. We have a pin oak over here, which is so big it doesn't even fit in a picture. So, it's particularly fantastic here too. All right, and moving to the next slide, we have St. Peter's Episcopal Church up on Glebe Road. We're joined by their folks here as well. And they have several trees as well. So we have a handful of people, but tons of trees. We have a Coosa dogwood and a red maple on the right. The next slide. We have another large deodar cedar. You can see our volunteer, John Wingert, on the left there as well, and a white pine on the right, and a loblolly pine, which also couldn't fit in one picture because it's growing in a forest as well. I think that's it. So if you can move to the next slide. And if the awardees want to pick up their certificates, they're right at the end of this table, and move forward for a picture, that would be fantastic. Yeah, John, please go ahead. You did all the work.
And in our experience, we know very well what it takes for individuals to maintain a champion tree or a notable tree. It takes a lot of love, but it takes also a lot of money and a lot of care. So thank you for that as well, because you are maintaining, after all, community resources, natural resources that everybody enjoys. So the next one, not less important and not less exciting, National Arts and Humanities Month. We committed last month to honor this month as the National Arts and Humanities Month, and I want to pass to my colleague Susan Cunningham to read the proclamation.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair. We are recognizing the National Arts and Humanities Month this year because arts and humanities reflect the wisdom, the intellect, the imagination of humankind, and enrich the lives of all of our residents and strengthen our communities. Our county continues to demonstrate its dedication to a vibrant cultural landscape through support of local artists, organizations, and cultural initiatives that enhance community well-being. And the arts and culture sector contributes significantly to our economy, generating more than $150 billion in annual activity nationwide, creating jobs and strengthening local commerce. And finally, residents are encouraged to celebrate and promote the arts and humanities throughout the month of October, and you can carry on throughout the year, really, by engaging with cultural programs and supporting creative endeavors across Arlington County. And this is the proclamation.
Yes, thank you. Who receives the proclamation? Who is receiving the proclamation?
It is a mystery receiver.
So there's 3.
I see Ms. Barker there, for example, who could receive. Mr. Briggs. Sarah Barker. David Briggs.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of the people who support the arts with the hard work every day, the intellectual investment that makes us a better and more human community. It's called humanities for a reason, so I think it means a lot. We probably won't be able to survive with that. The next one, a proclamation on the Domestic Violence Awareness Month, which is this month, will pass to my colleague, Maureen Coffey.
Thank you. Yes, October is Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. The color for this month is purple, which is why I was wearing purple Saturday and today. We have a proclamation. I'll share some facts related to DV in Arlington. So in 2024, our local partners like Doorways responded to over 1,400 hotline calls and have been providing safe housing, counseling, and support to survivors and their families. Domestic violence impacts all people across ages, backgrounds, genders, sexualities. It really does not matter. It is not just your typical heterosexual relationships that can experience domestic violence, and I think that's really important for us to highlight. Arlington is so fortunate to have Project Peace. Peace stands for Partnering to End abuse in the community for everyone. And Project Peace leads Arlington's coordinated approach, bringing together legal, medical, housing, advocacy, human services partners, and ensuring that trauma-informed care is available to everyone in our community. So it's really critically important work. We have a large number of our Project Peace membership here with us today, which is excellent. And really, you know, there is prevention and then there is response when it comes to domestic violence, and both are really important. We run programs such as Partner Shift, Safe Havens, and youth-led initiatives like Healthy Relationship Task Force to help empower our community to create the healthy relationships that end the cycle of violence before it begins. And so I will also take this moment to shout out Candace Lopez, who today is a little bit of a passing of the torch, so to speak. Candace is our previous Project Peace director and has done such an amazing job. If you've been involved with anything intimate partner violence related in Arlington County, Candace has been there. She's done an excellent job, so excellent, in fact, that she's been promoted to a new role. And so we are also welcoming our new Director of Project Peace Coordinator, LaToya Young. So welcome, we're so happy to have you. We're really looking forward to working with you. Next week on Wednesday, the 29th, we will have our annual Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month event at Lubber Run Community Center. I want to say at 3 o'clock. I'm getting a thumbs up, so 3 o'clock. And so I hope anyone who's interested, whether you are a current member of Project Peace or just kind of invested in the work that they do, please come out. We are always happy to have more participants and more people join us. So now I will read from our proclamation. Whereas Arlington County envisions a community grounded in safety, respect, and belonging, where all individuals can build healthy relationships and safe homes free from violence and fear. And whereas domestic violence affects people of all ages and backgrounds, survivors deserve safety, support, and healing, yet many first experience harm before 18 years old, while older adults face unique barriers to reporting and services. And whereas in Arlington, domestic violence continues to impact families, in 2024, Doorways answered 1,447 hotline calls, including 213 requests for safe housing, a 32% increase from the prior year. and provided over 2,500 counseling sessions and safe housing for 150 children and adults. Law enforcement and community partners remain vital in connecting survivors to resources. And whereas Project Peace, Arlington's coordinated response, unites legal, medical, advocacy, housing, and human services partners to provide trauma-informed coordinated support for survivors and families. And whereas accountability is critical to ending domestic violence, programs like Partner Shift and Safe Havens, along with restorative justice initiatives, promote healing, safer family interactions, and meaningful pathways forward. And whereas prevention is key to a future free from violence, through the Project Peace Prevention Committee, the Youth-Led Healthy Relationships Task Force, and the Askable Adult Campaign, Arlington equips youth, families, and community members to foster safe, respectful relationships. And whereas Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month, under the national theme, With Survivors Always, reaffirms our commitment to survivors, honors those lost, and uplifts the voices of those who have endured. Now, therefore, the County Board of Arlington, Virginia does hereby proclaim October 2025 as Domestic Violence Prevention and Awareness Month in Arlington County, and calls upon all to stand with survivors always, and to listen, to believe, and to act together so that we can end domestic violence and build a safer, more compassionate community for all. Thank you, and I'll invite LaToya up to receive it, but the whole group is welcome to come join for the picture as well.
As always, domestic violence is a good thing to live in a community that takes domestic violence very seriously and approaches it as a community, as you have seen here. So many people. It takes really a village. And I'm thankful to every single one who is working in this field. The next one. On to my colleague, Julius D. J.D. Spain Sr., for a proclamation on the National Disability Employment Awareness Month.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank my colleague, Maureen Coffey, for championing that the proclamation, simply because you never know when those instances hit close to home. And, I can share with you publicly that, close family member, my daughter actually, a few years back in New York, was subject to domestic violence. And it was not nice. Actually, the guy took off and left the country. So it's real. So we need to stand up and continue to do all we can to help in that regard. But I'm here to talk about National Disability Employment Awareness Month. A proclamation, quite honestly, that I found out the last time we done this, Lynn and County Manager, back in 2017, when the Honorable Jay Fassett was actually sitting in the chair. So I'm very grateful for the board here today, and we're doing this. And as you know, not all disabilities, my friends, are visible, and that we should understand that individuals with disabilities are vital and talented part of our community. They bring a diverse skill and perspective that strengthens both our workplaces and our economy. And in 2024, only 22.7% of the people with disabilities were employed. A gentle, or perhaps a really factual reminder of the continued need to expand access and opportunities in every sector. That includes even our local government. The unemployment rate for people with disabilities remains nearly double that of those without disabilities, highlighting the importance of removing barriers to fair and equitable employment. And Arlington is dedicated to fostering an inclusive workplace and workforce by actively recruiting, hiring, and supporting employees with disabilities through equitable access and reasonable accommodations. I have a proclamation that is under the seal of our county and signed by our chair, which I will read. It's a few whereases, not in its entirety, but we are proclaiming National Disability Employment Awareness Month, whereas individuals with disabilities represent a vital and talented segment of our community, whereas according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the employment population ratio for people with disabilities was 22.7% in 2024, underscoring the importance of expanding opportunities for this skilled workforce. Whereas Arlington County is committed to fostering an inclusive workforce by actively recruiting and hiring individuals. Now, therefore, the County Board of Arlington County does hereby proclaim October 2025 as Disability Employment Awareness Month in Arlington County and urge all residents, businesses, and community leaders to recognize the valuable contributions of our workers with disabilities and to promote employment practices that ensure full access and equity for all. Signed under the seal of Arlington County, Takis Carringtonis, Chair. I am going to ask, we actually have the Chair of our Disabilities Advisory Commission, Karen Audant, and we have our newest member, Laura Kim, who was appointed today, and thank you for being here. We're going to ask you both to come up and receive this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And our commissioners who received this award. There is nothing more dignifying for a person who lives with a disability to try to find a way to provide them with access to decent work. This is very difficult. It takes another issue that takes an entire community, especially the business community, who needs to believe that people who have disabilities, who have special abilities, I would say, that they are absolutely worth their attention. So I hope that they are listening. We are definitely going to do everything we can to promote our residents with disabilities. So with that, we are concluding the proclamation part of our meeting, and we are moving forward with chair's reports first. So, some of you may remember that at the beginning of the year, in January, in the dead of winter, we discussed about the general to-do items on the list, or the to-do list of this board for this year, 2025. One of that was to discuss a public process to examine county governance. So I would like to make a little bit of progress today, realizing that this is at the beginning of a very long discussion, a very long path. So the proximity of Election Day, by the way, in November the 4th, reminds us that at least for the last 3 years, time and again, a broad variety of community voices has been suggesting to initiate a public process exploring questions of whether Arlington's governance is keeping with the times. So not least in the wake of our 2019 equity resolutions, we have challenged ourselves to be open to all questions tangential to fair and equitable representation and substantial and meaningful participation for all Arlingtonians in public matters and the involved decision process. As a result, the board has taken many initiatives, such as a series of actions under the title of Realizing Arlington's Commitment to Equity, and other initiatives such as establishing ranked choice voting in primary elections and piloting the method in general elections. At the beginning of this year, as I mentioned before, we recommitted to continue on this path because we believe, or at least the majority of us believe, that it's a healthy and meaningful exercise to explore potential improvements and open a path for dialogue with all Arlingtonians who want to raise issues and provide input on our form of government and general system of governance. To that end, I announced today that this board intends to initiate a public process and will initiate a public process with intent to review our current form of government, to receive public input on a broad and equitable manner, and analyze and evaluate how and how well current governance serves Arlington as it is growing and evolving into the diverse and multifaceted modern community we experience today. So we are envisioning scoping the work in detail and charging an advisory working group with conducting this work in one of our next meetings, so that the working group by itself can be recruited and appointed and enabled to commence its work no later than in February 2026. So the expected deliverables we envision to be a number of findings and recommendation, always with advisory that is non-binding character for the county board and the community at large to consider. So we're making this announcement today as a matter of advanced public information. And as always, we invite thoughts and input from the public. And with that, I want to recognize my colleagues, right and left from me, all of whom have been actively engaged with these questions and over a significant period of time. And I'm requesting their comments to what I just said. Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've framed this as the start of a conversation, and I think it's important to start the conversation. We have been talking about this in some form. There's been discussion of this for several years now, at least 2, I believe 3 or more. And I think I've been persuaded by colleagues, actually, that public engagement locally is a priority over legislation. So I'm happy that we are starting this process. I will want to flesh this out over the coming months. 2 thoughts. First, this is a difficult moment, and if you're a federal employee, you may be wondering, why do this now? And my succinct answer is, there's never a perfect time to do this. And we can do this work as to considering how we're governed, as well as the big budget work that we're going to have to do over the coming months. The second thought is, the question that people may have is, what's the problem you're trying to solve? We have an outstanding citizenry and a very, very good government. There are numerous examples. I won't go through all of them. But an example is, if there's a pothole near your house, which board member do you ask about that pothole? Do you ask all 5 of us? Do you ask one and get an answer you don't want, and then go to another? There are other policy issues, especially for me, in the areas of housing, climate, that I have sought to work on since I've started on this board, where I believe that the form of government that we've had for the last 100 years needs to be reconsidered because the pace of change in our actions needs to accelerate. Arlington is a thoughtful, forward-looking community, but we do love our bureaucracy. We are a Pentagon bureaucrat town, and I believe that we need to be ready to move more quickly and be accountable for some of the progressive outcomes that are at the heart of why I serve. Colleagues may disagree. I feel like those 2 questions, at least trying to give you a sense of those 2 questions, is incumbent upon us as we start this conversation. There's a whole bunch of detail about how Fairfax and Prince William and Loudoun went about changing their forms of government. And Arlington, clearly, in my view, is the best of all of the communities in Virginia. But they did change their forms of government. And just because we have a very good government doesn't mean that we shouldn't consider how we should be governed for the next 100 years.
Thank you. Other colleagues? Mr. Spain?
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and colleagues, for this moment. Quite honestly, is a really, to me, a tell-all, right? I think there's this growing optimism and momentum around evaluating our form of government, to be quite frank. Some will say, well, it's only been a couple years. Some will say, well, it's only been since Delegate Patrick Hope put forward his legislation. But quite honestly, this conversation has been going on for decades. We, I feel, as a board, have made promises that we will have a community conversation. And at the end of the day, no matter how you square it, we need to deliver. I think what the vice chair has talked about, what's going on in the federal government, what's going on with our budget. My wife's a Fed. I know people that are Feds. We can walk and chew gum at the same time here in Arlington County. But I will also say that despite all these differing of opinions that we have, coupled with potential platforms and reforms, this time, this moment, in my opinion, is the right moment to do it, especially in light of the broader, quite honestly, political developments that are going on in our country, such as alleged gerrymandering efforts in neighboring jurisdictions. And I think Arlington, quite honestly, has an opportunity to serve as a national model by establishing a government structure that will ensure some level of equitable representation for all communities. Again, this is advisory. I'm not afraid of the challenge. There's many ways you can tackle community engagement. But quite honestly, I think I've heard enough over many years, and I know time is ripe, given, again, what's going on, for at least having the conversation. This process in and of itself needs to be structured in a way that focuses clearly on our form of government and nothing else. So with that, I look forward to scope, engagement, putting together a robust committee of stakeholders in the community, not people that are coming in for self-interest, but people that want to do the work. And let's see where it leads. I have my thoughts on this form of government. History informs us of our form of government and how we got here today. But give time, as my grandfather used to say, and let's see what happens. For that, I stand by anxiously and patiently ready to get working on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I see Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. I would like to lift up what my colleague shared about making sure we know what problem we're trying to solve. And I do think there's been conversation about form of government as one lever, but I would introduce or commit that the problem that the community, if there's a problem, the question the community wants us to focus on day in and day out in all of our efforts is how is our government working for our community, and how are we leveraging our resources, whether it's time, talent, or treasure, to ensure that we're doing that. So as it appears we may be moving forward on this in a time that has a lot of other uncertainties, I would just implore my colleagues that we ensure, if and when we move forward with this, we are not using any financial resources or any staff resources that are extremely precious in this very, very challenging time, and likely to become more so in the coming months and years. And I would also implore us all to focus on delivering on the government model we have today, ensuring that we are being responsive and representative to all of our community, and that we are building systems in an office and procedures that ensure that there's access and that there is efficiency. And I know we as a board, our birthday clerk has stepped out, but we have been working hard to ensure that things are not falling through the cracks, that community members who have questions get a response in a timely manner. We still have work to do there, and that is here in these 5 people in the work that we do every day. It's not just about getting together and thinking about one of the many levers one might change. So, again, I'll be there to listen to the community as I have been. I will be pretty forceful in not supporting a financial investment at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think to pick up where Ms. Cunningham has left off, I really do implore us to not make any real firm commitments, especially on resources, until we see closeout and our projections for next year. I think we know we are in really tumultuous times, politically, socially, but especially fiscally here in Arlington County. And I know that from a broad budget standpoint, I think we'll be unlikely to be in a place where I feel comfortable expending resources on this project when we know that we continue to run out of funding for eviction prevention, and that our food banks are understaffed, under-resourced, and oversubscribed, and we have pretty clear evidence that it's going to continue to get worse. We are here on day 21 of a government shutdown. We live in a time where many of our immigrant neighbors are scared to participate in government at all, not because of actions of this board or this county, but because of the broader context that's going on. And I think, there may never be quite a good or great time to engage in a broad conversation like this. And I think it is absolutely accurate to say we can do things better as Arlington County. We can engage better, we can listen better, we can make sure that we are accessible and responsive, and we all have, as individuals and as a system, room to grow in those things. I think it is also true that there are times that are worse than others to do some things, and I think something as big as thinking about our form of government, if you have people who are distracted and unable to participate, people who may even fear coming to the table to have a voice, and making suggestions about changing their form of government without their voices being heard and being included at the table. I think, to me, getting the engagement right is critical, not starting from a place of evaluating policies, but really starting from a place of what is it that we are trying to accomplish here, and really naming and identifying problems that we can all agree on. Because I think even within the bucket of the county could listen to us better, I think what that means for different segments of our community is very, very different. And so the solution to listening better is going to look very different depending upon which groups it is that you're talking to. And so I think just we have to have an open mind. We have to do this right. This is not a low stakes conversation. We are a good county. We can always be better, but we are a good county. And the risks of messing that up are real, especially in a time where the rest of government is not working particularly well. And so it is not a lossless process here. If we go from having a really well-functioning government to a dysfunctional government, even with the best of intentions, that's going to be a problem for us and for our community. And so being thoughtful, being intentional, and doing this right is what's most important. I am not confident, given our fiscal and resource constraints, given our community's ongoing stress and strain, that now is a time that we can actually do it right and do it in the way that this conversation deserves to be held. And I think the risks of doing it poorly are exceptionally high. And so I have my reservations about this. I think it's an interesting question. I think it's a question worth asking. I think my question is, if we have $100,000 to spend on doing work as a county, would I put it behind this over other community priorities? And at this moment, my answer to that is no. There are just other things I think we have to be doing right now and in the next year that are higher on the list. And I think we can work on some of the process stuff Ms. Cunningham alluded to internally that is solvable. It is achievable. It is, incumbent perhaps on our individual commitment to be better as board members and be more active and proactive. But it's attainable. And I think pigeonholing ourselves into the idea that the only way to improve government is through a change to the form of government doesn't feel accurate to me, especially thinking about broad questions of representation. And I just think about, there could have been 100 board seats in Arlington County, and if the changes to the compensation for the board had never happened, I never would have run. I never would have participated in the process, no matter how many seats there were, no matter how small the district was, because I would not have been able to do it as a job. And so thinking about other things that are on the table, and if we are going to have the conversation, making it a broader conversation, not just here's 3 options that we could change, but what is the full universe? What are the things that have been effective in other localities? What are things that have changed and actually potentially made things worse in other localities? We're not the first to do this. We're not the first to think about it. But it is serious work. It is serious for our community. And so that's why it matters to do it right. I'm not sure we can do it right this year, right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. I talked a lot. Have to say 2 things as a personal footnote. First of all, I don't think that something is broken in Arlington, really not. We are a exceptionally high-performing community and an exceptionally high-performing government. That's just patent and obvious truth. I know which board member to call when I have a pothole near my house, which is none. It's easy, and the whole point is not having to have no board member to call. I'm Greek, so the whole point of Greek politics when I was young was to have somebody in the government, right, that you could tap. And this is not where I would ever want to go back. So I want a functioning, responsive, but this is the point, equitable, fair government. I'm also South Arlingtonian, so I have an opinion of what fair and, responsive government means, and what, structural inequalities are, and what it means to live in a place where 75% of the population live on 25% of the land, and 25% of the population lives on 75% of the land, and there is a tension there. This is not bad or good or bad, but it's a basic asymmetry that at some point when we have grown up to be a 240,000 people community is an asymmetry that we need to at least think about and go into a discussion about what this asymmetry really means. All significant reforms that this board or predecessors have promoted had an unresolved discussion behind them, is how they promote not only a solution to a problem, but also how they do it in an equitable way, so that all Arlingtonians are invested and all Arlingtonians are participating and all Arlingtonians see themselves in the community that results out of each and every reform. So I hear very clearly from my colleagues, and I actually agree that we are in a very delicate moment, which means we are really the last stable and reliable government people can literally rely on. And I don't believe that there is any intention to jeopardize that and to add excessive additional costs or something that is not manageable. I agree that we can chew gum and walk. There is no question about that. But we have always, like with everything, be careful with our resources. And I think that just means that we have to be smarter and more deliberate in the way we engage diverse constituencies. And I say diverse constituencies because this is a holy grail for all of us. It has been a significant challenge for me for the 4.5 years that I spent behind this dais to penetrate through the loudest voices into the space behind them and around them. And Ms. Coffey, you're absolutely right. There are a lot of people who, by the circumstances of the moment, but any moment, but the circumstances of the moment, won't be able to be that accessible to this process. So we have to discuss that, how we get there. As we have to discuss it with everybody else. I mean, immigrant communities have been excluded from all these lofty discussions by default, always. There is not a single Latino person that I know who has a concrete, specific issue with the form of government because they have other things that are burning right now. So chewing gum and walking is possible, but we have to do that with care and respect for all our constituents. So I said at the beginning, this is the beginning of a long conversation, and I hope this is a friendly and converging. At the end of the accounts, what I think is our job is to bring people together, not to divide them. So, and with that, my second report is, I don't know if we have the slide here, which is the slide about voting, very related to the form of government and governance, because we are in the hot final stretch to the November 4th general election. Early voting is ongoing. So next slide, please. So here in Courthouse Plaza, Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 p.m., and on October 25th and on November 1st, Saturday. So this next Saturday and November 1st, Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And also October 26th, Souls to the Polls. My favorite voting day, I have to tell you that. It's 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Extended hours, October 21st and October 23rd and October 28th to 30, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Next. So the two satellite locations that everybody's familiar from previous elections, Madison Community Center and Walter Reed Community Center in my own neighborhood. They will be open in the same way, October 21st to end October 28th to 30 from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 7 p.m., Saturday, October 25th and November 1st, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and Sunday, October 26th, that's next Sunday, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., and the same applies to both satellite locations. I have to tell everybody who's working these elections, or our election workers, our electoral board, and the entire staff of the register, they are, as always, doing an amazing job, and we are very, very thankful for them. The next one. Slightly lighter note, a happier, nicer kind of sort of events. Do you have my presentation? I hope so. Yes. So we got visitors. As you have seen on our Saturday meeting, we had visitors here from our sister city in Germany, the city of Aachen. Next slide. So we have been together, partnered for 31 years. I like this graphic very much because it really merges the two cities that are very difficult to optically merge because they belong to two different eras. But I like the result. The next one, AI has done that. The next one. So, for those who don't know that, what is a sister city? A sister city is a broad-based long-term partnership between two communities in two countries, in this case Arlington and Aachen in Germany. The two cities and their citizens formally join and learn more about each other. There are exchanges that are made every year, and they include government, business, economic, and cultural, and educational, and social relationships. So the Arlington Sister City Association, because we have an organization that takes care of these partnerships with these 4 cities that you see here: Aachen in Germany, Reims in France, Ivano-Frankivsk in the Ukraine, and San Miguel in El Salvador. Is a nonprofit organization that was established in 1993, and it's strong and ongoing. Next one. So, about the city of Aachen, this is the dome of Aachen, or they call it the cathedral of Aachen. It's Germany's westernmost city. It is about the size of us, 250,000 residents, 20%, actually a little bit more. The mayor was telling us that it's almost 30% in reality. They are foreign-born. There are 50,000 college students. They have 4 major universities. The center of the city is UNESCO heritage site, and it's the place where Charles the Great was crowned, and from where the East Roman Empire of the German nation was governed for a very long time. It's also for me, the home of Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, who's one of my favorite architects, and it has also an amazing carnival in February. Next one. So here are the kids, 50 families from Aachen, with almost more than 135 people visited us this year. This is a record high. This is more than ever. Amazing. This is here you can see my colleague Susan Cunningham and J.D. Spain welcoming the mayor, who is one of the parents of the kids, and he was just recently elected, but he promised to his son to come to this here, despite the fact that they had to, that he had a ton of work before his formal inauguration on November 1st. So he was here, and I'm so happy that he could meet all my colleagues at the end. Next slide. Here is my colleague Maureen Coffey and myself with an amazing group of high school students who I believe were very interesting people and very sharp. And next time when we do that, we'll take a little bit more time because they really deserve that. They visited us here in this building, and we talked a little bit about the governance of Arlington County because this was not very intuitive to them. Next one. And we had the mayor, who is right in the middle of the left picture here, together with a professor from one of their universities for applied sciences, who is working on partnerships with George Mason and Marymount University and beyond. Our deputy county manager, Ms. Flanagan Watson, and Susan Cunningham, my colleague, and myself. And then at the end of a tour that we gave them, the mayor-elect in Arlington, we had dinner at the best restaurant of Arlington government, which is Fire Station number 8, or any fire station for this reason, courtesy to the amazing fire chief. So thank you for that. The next one. Previous to that visit here, I was for 5 days in Germany. And I didn't go for Aachen, actually. That was not the point. of my visit. But I visited Aachen because the elections had happened, and we knew that we had a new mayor, and we wanted to be very early in getting to know him. So here is the mayor with his team, and on the right side is Dr. Kösters, who is our equivalent, the equivalent of the Arlington Sister Cities Association. And on the right side is the outgoing mayor, Ms. Sibylle Kuipen, the first and only woman who has served as mayor of the city of Aachen to date, and an amazing partner who has elevated the partnership between Arlington and Aachen a lot. I had the opportunity to meet her, not in Aachen anymore, but in Bremen, because we were attending and actually chairing together a conference of a German-U.S. Local officials conference. Next slide. And this is actually the reason why I was in Germany last week. This is a German-U.S. Cities Forum, happens every year now under the auspices of the German government, actually. So they invited us, and it was an amazing opportunity for me to get to meet, first of all, our own American colleagues. So colleagues from Oklahoma City and from Kansas City and from Chicago and from Los Angeles and New York City and Palo Alto and all these amazing places across our entire country. And you know, with our German counterparts, we were talking about things that we talk here every day, like housing affordability and attainability. I chaired this session, and I can tell you that Arlington now is on the map for a lot of our counterparts because of the affordable housing system and the support of affordable housing that we gave here in this community. We talked a lot about the innovation economy. My colleague, the Sibylle Kuipen from Aachen, introduced that. And we talked a lot about public safety. On the right side, I have to put a plug for Arlington Economic Development. I had a choice of companies to go to visit, to recruit potentially. And our amazing staff has really chosen the best aerospace companies that they had over there in Bremen. I had the opportunity to go and see satellites as they are being built. Actually, these are not military satellites. They're monitoring CO2. They are Earth observation satellites, and a lot of them. And there was quite some interest. So we have a working relationship now, and I hope that we will be able to build on that. And I think this is the last slide. It was a very short trip, but I think it was a productive one, and I was very happy that we had the visit here as well. And with that, I talked too much, and I'm going to pass it to my colleagues for board member reports. Ms.
Great.
Coffey.
We'll start with audit.
Yes.
So we'll bring Mr. Scott back to the table, who is also joined by our deputy auditor, Shirley Brothwell, who we're happy to have here as well. And I will just hand it straight over so we can get started.
Thank you so much, and happy to be back to talk about the 2025 audit work plan, the results. So if you could pull up the slide deck for me, please. And while that comes up, I'll move on to slide 2, talking about the highlights of the 25 audit work plan. And this work plan was really focused on how, since I had joined the function in July of 2024, a primary focus for me was to come on board, was to get acclimated into the business, start building the relationships around the county, but most importantly was to get a work plan established and to get things underway. So this plan was focused on picking up from where prior county auditors have left off, because there was quite a bit of work that was completed. So this plan was focused on trying to pick up from where they left off. And so if you could move to slide 2, please. So with this particular plan, it was a shorter work plan since it started October 1 of 2024 and went through June 30th. This plan really was focused on bringing closure to some of the prior audit work plans that were completed, and also really building a three-prong approach to accomplishing a number of tasks, which, as you can see here, one of which was conducting performance audits, brand new performance audits, and these were audits that were previously considered, that was on the lists of the county auditor that had included. So I will talk about those shortly. And then also there were a number of audits that had been completed. So going back into those 7 audits and then bringing closure to those audits that disclose some findings. And then most importantly also is to how do we take a look at the county auditor function and building an infrastructure in place so we have policies, procedures, and job aids to keep us moving. So if we could move on to slide number 4. So this here is just giving a quick overview of the audits, the performance audits that were listed for the year. And these were audits that were considered. So 2 are complete. So again, what I'm wanting to share with the county board here is what we set out to do and then what was actually completed. So we did complete 2 audits, one of which was of the housing grants program, which is listed there with the various key findings, as well as an audit of the specialized transit for Arlington residents. That was also completed in June of 2025. We did announce an audit of community benefits. This was an audit that the county board, as well as from what we had done from our preliminary work, that we saw that it was good. The audit committee had also expressed interest in this particular area. So that audit is currently ongoing, and we are working hard as we can to get that audit wrapped up by the end of this calendar year. So that audit did carry over into our 2026 audit plan. Audit reports for all of these, for the completed audits, can be found on the county auditor website under the issued audit reports. With that, I will move on to the follow-up, giving a quick readout on the follow-up audits. And here on slide 6, which includes a listing of the various follow-up audits that were performed. As you can see, most of them were complete. We do have 2 that are, 3 that are sitting in an open status, meaning work was done, but we still have some findings that we'll need to bring to closure. And then 1 audit was a carryover into this year. All total, there were about 22 follow-up recommendations that were open. So we were able to bring closure to 17 of those. So we were able to issue reports, and again, those audit reports can be found under the issued audit reports under the county auditor website. So we did bring closure to a number of those that were completed over the years. And lastly, I'll hit into our other third work stream, which is on slide 8, about just some of the administrative changes. The area that most happy with and the most proud of is that got an assistant auditor, county auditor join here, Shirley Brothwell. She joined in February of 2025 and has brought, with her skills and background, has been just a very welcome colleague to have on the team, and I'm glad to have her on board and working together with Shirley. Also, the revisions to our other activities that we were doing here is just taking a look at our Office of County Auditor policy manual, making revisions. We do have to perform our audits in accordance with government auditing standards, so we've been taking a look at our policies and procedures and how we want to execute the audit, so we have made those changes. Also, as covered earlier today, we've made revisions to our various charters and separating those out, so that was a heavy lift for us, as well as just a number of just kind of job aids and tools that we've put into place that will help us with our audit work going forward, making revisions to our audit report file, our audit report file formats, how we manage our audit work file management file structure. So the working papers, the documentation that we're used to render our conclusions, various other fraud risk assessments, as well as audit planning internal control assessment matrices. Included in this slide deck is also an appendix of just all of the audit findings that were presented over the years from the follow-up perspective. I'm not going to go into those. We would be here until well into midnight, and we're not going to do that today. But if you have any questions regarding any of those audits, happy to take those. And that will mark the conclusion of the presentation, wrapping up the 2025 audit work plan.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. That's an amazing, to me, always a great body of work that you have, and a fresh, that you have accomplished, and a fresh breeze of air that you brought to this function, and I'm really very appreciative of that. Colleagues, any questions or so? See. Vice Chair Referendi and Ms. Cunningham.
I just wanted to thank you both and also Ms. Coffey and Ms. Cunningham for the work on this. I love brevity, so I didn't say anything earlier, but it's really awesome work. No disrespect to my Building Code of Appeals work, but this is awesome work. So grateful for it and look forward to continuing. Keep me engaged. We missed a meeting because I had the audacity to have a child, or my wife did, and we did. But I owe you a meeting, and I want to stay engaged. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham and then Ms.
Yeah, I would just add my thanks and really, to the point about using our resources, both staff time and financial resources well. Our community expects that of us and expects to have interactions with our government be as simple as possible. And the work that you're doing, not just in reporting to us, but really working hand in hand with staff to say, here's how things are landing, here's how it could be better, has really been very well received. And I know it's a hard role to take on sometimes because you're in people's business, but to a person across staff, I think folks have been really appreciative of your expertise, your professionalism, and your pushing on the organization to be absolutely as good as we can and use resources as well as we can. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Spain.
Yes, I just want to thank as well both my colleagues, Maureen Coffey and Susan Cunningham, for leading us this way, this far. Very appreciative. But to you, Wayne, and to Shirley, really thank you. What the public does not see is the engagement that we have behind the camera, and what we've been doing over the past couple of months, and what you've been talking to me about your scope of work and some of the things you have been addressing is noteworthy. I think we've come a long way as a county. This has been asked for many years ago. But I love your creativity. Shirley, I like you out there taking photos. A lot of folks don't know that, but Shirley's out there. She's really a field agent. And but really just thank you. Continue to push the needle. I know it's going to be uncomfortable as a former investigator, right? You start coming around sniffing and people like, oh, what's going on? But the public expects us to do this work. And that's internal to what we do our work and our fiduciary responsibilities, right? So thank you. And let's keep at it.
Thank you very much.
So any others, Ms. Coffey? Okay, then we are moving to manager reports.
There's one more reports first.
Oh, I'm very, very sorry about that. I jumped the gun here. We have regional report. Yeah, upcoming engagements. Sorry, I just went to this.
Somebody mentioned dinner. I know how it is. You jump ahead to the exciting next steps.
But I'm not hungry. I just made a mistake.
Mr. Cook, if you can get the slides up, that'd be great. Okay, very briefly, just wanted to share back with the community some of the engagement opportunities that are underway. First off is the comprehensive plan update. So Ms. Coffey and I are the two board liaisons to that, and we were able to join the first in-person open house last week. I think a number of you actually popped in as well, so thank you, Mr. Spain, and Mr. Manager as well. Came in and created a bit of chaos as usual, and then moved on. So thank you for that. But our comprehensive plan is this beautiful wheel of 12 items today. It really started back in the early days of Arlington in 1960 with exciting things like sewer, roads, really the fundamentals, and it's grown as we've grown over time to really reflect our values and our vision as a community. But we haven't had a chance to go back and sort of wordsmith a little bit. So this exercise that's underway right now is really about thinking how we want to tie those 12 things together. And I think particularly with equity and environment and climate and some other considerations that have kind of come in over the years, making sure that today's community is able to articulate how we want to use this tool in our planning commissions and other commissions, but especially up here for the board to drive our decision making. So real quickly, the next slide. So mentioned most of this, but we review each of the elements every 5 years, and in our last review of the overall plan, it was recommended that we consider updating that upfront section and at least have the conversation about whether that update is needed. So that is what's underway. And very last is how to participate. So there have been a number of pop-ups already, as well as street canvassing. So if someone with an Arlington County badge stops you on the street, talk to them. We've had the first in-person meeting, and there is a virtual meeting this week, only in English on Thursday. Next week, we have a second in-person meeting down at the Arlington Trade Center near Shirlington. And then the final virtual meeting for this engagement cycle will be on November 5th, and that will have language interpretation and primarily be in Spanish, I believe. So that is it for comp plan, but if you have questions, Maureen and I are both here to answer community questions and also board questions. So moving on. The second major engagement that is underway is the low residential study. So this is what has the current version of what grew out of discussions of lot coverage. And several of us were able to join last night for the first open house, and Mr. Carantonis and I were there for the final minutes and walking out. Next slide, please. The goal of this, if you'll remember, and the manager did a nice staff update for us in September, but really the goal is to think about how stormwater and tree canopy are interacting and how we might do a better job of writing and enforcing rules that get a better outcome for keeping our tree canopy, which we've been losing, and better managing stormwater, which has been intensifying. The study that this board has charged the staff with does not intend to make changes to the main building footprint or the height limits. So those are sections that we might come back and talk about later, but the intent is to first look at trees and stormwater and how those are interacting. Next slide. So the staff are charged with considering whether we should change lot coverage requirements at some point in addition to impervious area limits. Can we include plantable area, which I think is after sledding hills might be the second thing that all Arlingtonians agree on, that we like our trees and we want to be able to have them for next generations. Looking at yard and setback requirements in particular to enable more tree conservation and planting as parcels redevelop, and then potentially establishing a limit of total impervious area, which would include the main building and the driveways based on either lot size or zoning or both. Next. And so we can dive in deeper, but generally I think that's a great example of where some of our parcels the houses have grown over time, and the driveways and patios and accessory structures have grown over time, so that you kind of get to a lot more coverage and a lot less space for both trees and water to go. Next. Okay, so the next open house is November 13th. You can go online and pull up just search lot coverage, and you'll get that information. You can sign up for emails, and you can also email any of us or the board box if you have input to share. All right, I think before we do the regional, we're going to do a quick update on the other engagement opportunity that is on track to be the most engagement we've ever achieved in the county, which is kind of interesting. But we talked recently about looking at leaf blower rules and regulations. This has been a source of advocacy for many, many in our community, both for worker safety, environmental quality, and noise pollution. So this engagement is also underway in the great month of October. If you search on the website, just leaf blower, you can get to this blue box here that says share feedback, as well as you can dig into the background. But right now, this is the time-limited piece. You click that share feedback, and through next week, October 29th, you can participate with the many, many, many neighbors who have already participated. It was on, I don't know if we've yet crossed the threshold, but there was some certainty that we were gonna cross the threshold here of having the most input ever, which is great. So make sure yours is in there as well. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I have to honestly admit that I had an absolutely irresistible urge to engage in leaf blower discussion because of a experience that I had at 7:45 this morning, which was very compelling to me.
We do find our motivations in different places.
So I believe we will stay with you because we have also regional report.
Yes, and it will also be brief, but I did want to share with all of you the long-awaited result of the Transportation Planning Board's action last week. If you remember from previous updates, we were charged with deciding whether to move forward with the I-495 South Side Express lanes being in the overall Visualized 2050 plan, which really dictates the federal funding opportunities. The decision last week amongst the regional partners that are represented in the Transportation Planning Board was to defer consideration of that into the future. So that means it will not be included in this Visualized 2050 plan. We also, on the motion of Senator Boysko of Virginia, requested VDOT to come back to us in 2026 with an update on their coordination with the regional partners to include MDOT and DDOT. There's certainly been lots of conversation already, but there's a lot of issues still to resolve about whether to continue the high occupancy toll lanes across the Wilson Bridge and what impact that may have on neighboring jurisdictions as well as future metro capacity. So that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham, and thank you for representing us at the Transportation Planning Board. Mrs. Payne.
Just a quick question. I'm going to go back for a second. I'm just curious, back to the gas power, and maybe the county manager, you said we're on the precipice of like achieving, I want to know what those numbers are. What are we looking at as far as engagement?
I was talking with Ms. Fioretti yesterday, and she quoted some number that was so large, I can't even tell you, but it was like, we were somewhere between about 2,500 and 3,000.
Yeah, I think it was right. It was right at 3,000, and we have another week. So individual responses engagement? For the online form.
The online form.
Yeah.
Remember, Mr. Manager, we had 29,000 for the logo. 29,000. Just remember that.
Yes. So again, thank you, Ms. Cunningham, for. So. On to manager reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was about 10 years ago last month, and I remember it very well, a very emotional moment in the boardroom where the board adopted the Affordable Housing Master Plan, making that first time an element of our comprehensive plan, which we just talked about. And since that time, we've made a lot of progress on ensuring housing supply, access for all residents, and sustainability, and a lot of talk about financial investments. Now, I know we've had a long afternoon, and I know your attention may be flagging a bit, but with me tonight is Russell Danow Schroeder, who's going to talk about it, and we also have a world premiere of a highlight video. So over to you, Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. In recognition of Affordable Housing Month, I'll provide a taste of the recently completed housing needs analysis and share a few highlights from the forthcoming 10-year report. Next slide. So Arlington commissions a housing needs analysis every 5 years. The 2025 analysis was produced by the county, by the Center for Regional Analysis at George Mason University. The analysis, relying on data from the American Community Survey, takes a detailed look at how our population is changing over time and situates that change within the regional context. It includes a housing market analysis and quantifies both current and future housing needs. The report also recognizes that changes in the federal workforce will likely have impacts on the region's economy and housing markets that at this time are difficult to forecast. The full housing needs analysis was published earlier this month and can be found on Arlington's website on the Affordable Housing Dashboard page under Reports. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at one component of the analysis, housing cost burden. Housing cost burden is a key metric in understanding who is burdened within the current housing environment. Household is considered housing cost burden if they spend more than 30% of their gross income on their housing costs, and considered severely housing cost burdened if they spend more than half their income on housing. The first thing I'd like to call out in this chart is the difference in housing cost burden rates between owners and renters, which is significant. Renters being much more cost burdened than owners, generally speaking, with 38% of renters being cost burdened compared to 17% of owners. Looking at the columns on the right side with that bar underneath, the renters, among renter households, rent burden rates vary greatly by different attributes. With Black or African American, Hispanic or Latino households, and households headed by a person with a disability, households headed by somebody 70 years of age or older, and households with incomes under 60% of the area median income having much higher cost burden rates. And notably on this, the yellow denotes the severely cost burdened, and that's where the greater share of disparity is, in the severely cost burden rate. So housing cost burden, just one element of the analysis. It demonstrates the affordability challenges facing Arlington households and the county. If you're interested in learning more, please check out the full report online. Next slide. Changing focus now. I'd like to share with you a few highlights from the upcoming 10-year report. At 10 years of implementing the Affordable Housing Master Plan, it's a good time to reflect on the cumulative accomplishments that are the result of the county's ongoing commitment to achieving the plan's goals of ensuring adequate housing supply that responds to the community's needs, promoting access to housing for all community segments, and supporting a sustainable community. So starting with supply, since the plan's adoption, 4,614 committed affordable housing units have been added, bringing the total number of committed affordable housing units to just under 12,000 units. That's an increase of 63% over 10 years. Laudable, I think. Next slide. The plan established a target of having 17.7% of the county's housing stock is affordable to renter households with incomes under 60% of the area median income. We've made substantial progress towards achieving this metric, going from 9.3% in 2015 to 12.8% today. In addition to the production of committed affordable housing, the resurgence of market rate housing has contributed to this progress. We've seen an increase of nearly 2,000 market rate affordable units. And with sustained efforts, we can achieve our target set out in the plan by 2040. Next slide, please. Moving on to our second goal, access. Direct rental assistance through the Housing Choice Voucher, housing grants, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing programs have been key tools in enabling access to housing for very low-income households. The number of households served through these programs has increased by 1/3 since 2015, now serving 4,135 households in fiscal year 2025. Next slide. Eviction prevention is another critical tool to aid households in maintaining access to housing and preventing homelessness. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, around 800 households were assisted each year. Many households were placed under severe economic strain due to the pandemic, and in 2020, over 1,500 households received eviction prevention assistance. And that number of households seeking eviction prevention has remained high coming out of the pandemic, with 1,600 households receiving assistance in fiscal year 2025. Over the 10 years, cumulatively, approximately 8,000 households have received eviction prevention assistance. Next slide. And lastly, our final goal is sustainability. 100% of all committed affordable housing units built over the last 10 years have been Earthcraft certified. This ensures that sustainable business practices are employed, as well as energy and water efficiency within the units. And all of the housing produced has been located within 1/2 a mile of our primary and premium transit networks. Next slide. Long-term affordability is key to sustaining affordable housing over time. The average length of affordability remaining has increased from 36 years in 2015 to 51 years today. Responsible financial stewardship is essential for the long-term success of our housing program, and county loan funds make up a small portion of the overall development costs for committed affordable housing. For each dollar that the county invests in affordable housing, it leverages more than $4 from private equity and other sources. Next slide. We'll be wrapping up this year's Affordable Housing Month with a celebration of the 10-year anniversary of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. This event will take place next Monday, October 27th at 6 p.m. at the Navy League building located at 2300 Wilson Boulevard. This year, we invited children living in various committed affordable housing properties to participate in an art contest in celebration of Affordable Housing Month. And the art produced will be on display, and there will be a ceremony to award the winners of the contest. All are welcome to attend the celebration. And lastly, as our manager had alluded to, I want to thank our communications team and other staff who have helped pull together a video that tells the story of our affordable housing journey since the adoption of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. Hit it.
10 years ago, Arlington made a bold promise to turn the dream of affordable housing into a reality, to build a diverse community that enriches the lives of all, and to create opportunities so people who work here could live here too.
This plan is intended to ensure that an adequate supply of affordable housing is available to meet the needs of our citizens, both now and in the future.
So we took action and identified 3 core goals. Through partnerships with developers in transit corridors and across the county, we work to expand affordable housing. Since 2015, we've increased supply of committed affordable housing by 63%. So we now have nearly 12,000 total affordable homes dedicated to neighbors in need. And we've ensured that in Arlington, affordable housing is modern, high quality, and built to enhance every neighborhood. With programs and grants to end homelessness for residents and to serve veterans, persons with disabilities, and families risking eviction, we created one of the few communities in the nation with locally funded rental subsidies. We've also enabled households with moderate incomes to become homeowners. And we're developing housing that's good for the environment as well as its residents, providing energy-efficient spaces, building those spaces close to public transportation, and ensuring public dollars are highly leveraged and county loans repaid so more affordable homes can be built and will remain affordable for future generations. We've made meaningful progress toward our goals, but our vision is bigger and there's always more work to do. The Arlington of 2040 will be a vibrant, diverse community, celebrating residents of all incomes, ages, cultures, and abilities. To achieve this, we must continue to increase the supply of safe, affordable housing, ensure fair access to it, and strengthen the resilience of our affordable housing stock for years to come. The challenges ahead are daunting: maintaining older housing stock, rising construction costs, limited affordable housing supply, and growing demand. It will take innovation, strong partnerships, and the continued support of our community to get where we want to go. 10 years down, let's finish what we started, because everyone deserves an affordable and dignified place to call home.
And that concludes our presentation. So next up, and last item for this afternoon, is a discussion of an update on our adaptive reuse guidelines. And for that, I'm going to ask Mark McCauley to join me here. Anthony Fusarelli is virtual. He's home nursing a little bit of a cold. And, you know, the board adopted the Commercial Market Resilience Initiative Adaptive Reuse Policy in November of 2024. And we've had a lot of conversation over the last few months about the plans that have come before the board adopted most recently on Saturday, 4100 Fairfax Drive. And we're really proud of how it's reduced barriers and made it easier for us to move ahead. And we have a couple of projects coming up. Today, we're going to give you an update on how we're going through engagement, some conversations about community benefit considerations and lessons learned. So with that, I think, Mark, I'm turning it over to you, or is Anthony going to do that? Anthony's going to, has a
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Our chair has wandered out, and I think that Russell and Ann are still there. And so,
All right.
And so just going to ask, you know, and I know we're late, but Joe Holy stood right there.
That's correct.
And he said, pass this plan. And that's the vision. That's a moment that I'll never forget. And I think all board members would feel that strongly. Russell was everywhere. And so I just think that, you know, we need to, I hope you don't mind that I just asked to thank Russell and Ann and Jennifer and the entire team because that was a great video. Doesn't mean we've done everything perfectly, but it's a huge challenge.
Especially the three of those who've actually been here that entire time. You know, I think their tenure extends. Russell's been here 13 years, Jen longer than that, and Ann. They were all instrumental in putting together that plan, as was the board. And I remember Joe Holy standing over there and saying, passing it. That's my reference to the very emotional moment because he was in many ways the brainchild for some of our affordable housing programs going back over 60 years. So appreciate that.
Sorry, thank you. I couldn't fetch them. They disappeared into an elevator.
Right.
But from this dice, we are deeply, I mean, it's a huge debt of gratitude that the entire community, most importantly, the families that live in these units and can afford to stay in Arlington and thrive here. So thank you. We can proceed.
Right. And we're actually, I think one of the projects is going to be, is named the Joe and Midge Holy Project. And that's, I think, for an event coming up in, I think, in a week or two. Yeah, or maybe in December. So I zoomed into the commercial market resilience, but with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Fusarelli, who has a very brief presentation to give you an update.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Chair Karantonis and county board members. Happy to be here this afternoon to share a brief update on the status of the adaptive reuse site plan amendment projects. Since adopting the county board policy on the transformation of commercial office buildings in November of 2024, the Arlington County Board has approved 3 adaptive reuse projects. Those include 3601 Wilson Boulevard, 2100 and 2200 Crystal Drive, and 4100 Fairfax Drive, which was approved on the consent agenda this past Saturday. Additionally, there are currently 2 more projects under active review. Those include 1320 North Courthouse Road, as well as a combined application for the buildings at 1800 and 1901 South Bell Street in Crystal City. These are tentatively expected to go before the Planning Commission and the County Board in November and December, respectively. Collectively, we are certainly pleased to see this high level of early interest in response to the board's 2024 policy and the role that these conversations, these conversions, can play in strengthening Arlington's overall economic resiliency in a challenging time. So a few thoughts on engagement. Regarding community engagement, for the initial approved applications, we've generally followed a consistent approach. We've created a dedicated project webpage for each application. which provides key information and staff contacts for questions or feedback. Those web pages are also locations in which we can post recorded, narrated presentations that are provided by the developer on each of those pages. And staff have also conducted outreach to affected civic associations pertaining to each of the conversion projects and have prepared materials and staff reports for Planning Commission and County Board public hearings prior to final consideration. So this afternoon, we're also sharing some key early insights from both the approved and actively reviewed applications. One area for refinement and early learning is through community engagement. We've heard and we've observed that tailoring our approach to the complexity of each project would certainly be beneficial. So for projects with minimal changes, beyond the proposed use and sticking with generally the same building envelope, we anticipate continuing to use the current engagement process, perhaps with some modest refinements. However, for projects involving changes to building form, public realm enhancements, or significant policy deviations, we plan to retain all existing engagement elements, but then add to that, incorporating several additions. This could certainly include things such as narrative summaries as part of the submission materials to make project details even more accessible to the community and interested stakeholders. Adding an additional meeting through a staff-led lunch and learn, perhaps, to supplement developer presentations and gather input earlier in the process. And then also Planning Commission, identifying a Planning Commission project liaison to help support transparency and coordination, and then also help with the transition as these applications make their way to be heard before the Planning Commission prior to County Board. Second, another early project, our early project experiences have certainly helped clarify what application materials are truly necessary. And so as you may know, for our typical site plan applications, submissions are squarely guided through our Administrative Regulation 4.1 in outlining what an applicant must provide as part of the application and materials. However, for adaptive reuse projects, we know we don't need the same level and scope of information as we would for new development. And we also know, and we're learning, that depending on the scope of the project work, we may need more information or materials for certain adaptive reuse projects compared with others. And so far, working directly with applicants through these early projects has been instrumental and will be critical in shaping a tailored set of administrative regulations specific to adaptive reuse applications. Another key takeaway is the importance of consistently linking the review of these adaptive reuse proposals to the expectations outlined in the board's 2024 policy. More broadly, this highlights the need to better educate and perhaps re-educate all of us on the policy's main objective and core elements, and how that should help inform the staff and the board review. It's worth reiterating here that this policy is a part of the county's key strategies to address Arlington's record high office vacancies and also maintain the county's economic strength. That said, the policy document has a lot more detailed statements, and we're seeing the need in some instances to connect back to them clearly when reviewing particular projects. And for example, while the policy acknowledges that adaptive reuse may conflict with certain adopted plans or recommendations, its intent is to encourage and allow for the thoughtful discussion about those trade-offs, not necessarily to just justify those deviations by default or through predetermined outcomes. Several early projects thus far have underscored the need to us to reinforce this distinction clearly and consistently. And then finally, regarding community benefits, as set forth in the 2024 policy, the repurposing of obsolete office buildings is a public priority and continues to be viewed as such, and viewed as a community benefit in and of itself. In its meaningful impact in mitigating against the downsides associated with having an oversupply of vacant, obsolete office buildings throughout Arlington. And so we understand, as an already developed building situated in current market conditions and related challenges, these projects do not present the same community benefit opportunities that typically come along with new development or full redevelopment projects. And we recognize the importance of treating them accordingly. With that, I believe that concludes our status update for this afternoon, and thank you for the time and attention.
Okay, so that is it. We're happy to take any questions you might have on that.
Ms. Coffey, I see your light.
Yeah, this may be a question beyond you all's expertise at the moment, but thinking about these projects and particularly how they impact our longer term plans and what we expect out of our corridors and neighborhoods, after conversion, do we have a sense of kind of how much longer the useful life of these buildings will be? I think everyone is probably a little bit different, but do we expect them really to be there 40 years, 60 years, 100 years? Because that obviously, those time horizons deeply change what we can expect to get out of our sectors.
There you are.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I hate to answer a question with, well, it depends. But in some way, it depends on the project, how old the building is and how old the systems are. Building systems usually last 20 years, roughly, as a guide, HVAC, elevators, those sort of things, without significant capital investment. So our projects that are putting in new systems, that would be sort of a minimum for that. Some are not so old buildings that have systems that can continue to be used, and that would be sort of a shorter time frame before recapitalization was needed. I think the reality is going to be the buildings as built are going to really depend upon the market of the time and about how well those buildings age. I mean, there are many places around the country that have buildings that are hundreds of years old. And so if they continue to be reinvested in, I think the buildings could last. Now, the uses could also change over those times as well. So then that's the goal, is to keep them flexible. Okay. And the activities in those buildings as well. People don't live the same way that they used to even 5 years ago, obviously.
Great. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
I think I'll just highlight, your last slide had the community benefit question, and certainly the intent of the action we took was to reflect that changing from office, empty buildings are not good, and not having them is good and is a community benefit. But as we get more of them, and I think we're actually excited by how quickly we're moving forward, thanks to your great leadership as well as others. But with more and more housing units being created and all of them being essentially by right, no additional specific community benefit, I think we are rightfully hearing from community members about, wait, but we need a park, or wait, but our school needs a little bit more investment, or can we get more transit, or that sort of thing. So I'm eager for us to think about, when and whether we can have an additional community benefit, which may be part of the project, or may more likely in this case be a prioritization of county spending and CIP spending that says, yeah, you're not getting the sector plan now, the full vision of the sector plan, but recognizing that this is revenue positive for the whole community, we will invest, or we with the landlord will invest, or when we get to a certain level of return for the landlord, they will invest. So I think there's still some work to be done there. I recognize that we needed to go first quickly out the gate, because that's really part of the intent. But I think continuing to have that conversation and listen for that, and Mr. Manager, think about in our budgeting, both operating and capital, can we try to reflect that and or negotiate it with the landlords?
So I'm going to start the conversation. I think it's a conversation that actually we need to spend a lot more time talking about and trying to figure out how to handle. And I want to thank Mark over here, not this Mark, who I had a conversation with a little bit earlier. If we have an adaptively reuse building right now, I asked him he sort of did more than the back of the envelope, that we should assume that a near vacant office building, okay, gets assessed at a certain level, but if we fill it with a residential building, we're realizing about $5 to $6 per square foot additional value. And so, for example, with 2100 Crystal Drive, we're going to be generating close to $2 million more every year in revenue. So, I mean, I can sit here and say to the residents of Crystal City, we're developing $2 million more in commercial revenue, and that is a community benefit. It is. But what that means is that that additional revenue comes to the board, and when you're making decisions about the operating budget and also investments you want to make as part of capital, that I think the best place to have those conversations about benefits for the community, whether it's additional libraries or community centers, are best take place in that context. And also the additional residential population, we will go back, and I know Anthony or Mark can speak to this, and make sure it's reflected in our planning assumptions as we go forward when we work with COG about what our planning assumptions are. I realize there's a strong desire on the part of the community to say, anytime you do a building in my neighborhood, we want a little piece of that to do something in our neighborhood. And I think the more we talk about that, we actually defeat the underlying premise, which is let's quickly convert these buildings that are essentially going to end up being empty and a real drag on the economy. But let's use that tax revenue that comes in to have those conversations during the CIP process or the budget process.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and it may just be an additional page in the very short budget document that tracks some of those numbers so that we remember to ask that question. It's not going to be a one-for-one, but it needs to be a consideration in the conversation ongoing.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Other colleagues? I have one. It's complementary to that. So it is about time, I believe, to track actually the net value added that is created there. There is a significant policy challenge here, because until now we use additional density as the enabling value added for benefits, and we always said, oh, it's the additional impact that needs to be mitigated, therefore the green space and affordable housing, etc. I think that we are having this conversation very early. This is just not even a million square feet converted, but just 5 months ago or 6 months ago, we wouldn't have even dreamt to have 1 million square feet. So we are in a very good path. So this is something. I also want to point out that some of the, not in all cases, but in some cases, like for example, 2100 and 2200 Crystal Drive, is a place where we have a sector plan, and the sector plan tries to correct and retrofit the neighborhood with assets that weren't delivered in the first development phase, which was in the 60s and the 70s. So these neighborhoods have actually a deficit. This is not something additional that they're not getting, but they are expecting from the sector plans to deliver something that they have been needing from the get-go. So sequestering, and that's a policy decision, some of this value to reinvest creates two things. One is, yes, there is some additional value that can be reinvested, like a TIF, basically. But on the other side, also changes the way we see how we distribute investment across the county and how we respond to all the needs of the entire community. So I welcome the conversation. Now that's early, and we can, but it has to start, and I agree with Ms. Cunningham on that, it has to start with measuring that. So like showing, look, this is the value added that is created there. Therefore, now we want to incentivize everybody who is in the market to retrofit and do the commercial residential conversion. That by itself is a huge community benefit right now. With that, any other comments and remarks? No? So that concludes, I believe, Mr. Manager, the manager report for tonight. So, which means that the next part of our meeting will be the pulled agenda items, which are the hearing items. We may want to pause for a moment to maybe grab a bite. For how long? It's now 6:20. 15 at least, right? 6:35. So we apologize. Thank you for coming early for the items. We are out of a longer meeting, so we are in recess until 6:35. So, I believe that we are in a condition to resume our meeting. Mr. Clerk, are we clear?
We are ready when you are.
Okay. So, we're back from a brief recess. Thank you for bearing with us and thank you for being here this evening. I know that it's not the easiest thing, and we appreciate your presence here. So, this is the part where we start with the pulled consent agenda items. And Mr. Clerk, please, can you call the first one? Because I believe it's item number 9.
Indeed it is, sorry. Excuse me. Item number 9 is the use permit review for an open air market at John Robinson Jr. Town Square, located at 2412 Shirlington Road, 2406 Shirlington Road, and 2400 Shirlington Road.
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With me this evening is Emma Martin, who's going to make a presentation. Aaron Schreiber is available. Also, we have online Evelyn Papel and Candace Wooden, who work with Public Health and the Department of Human Services to help with any questions there, but I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Martin.
Thank you.
Give me a second to pull up the presentation. All right. Hello, I'm Emma Martin with Arlington County's Planning Division. Tonight I'll be presenting the Green Valley Open Air Market use permit item. This is a one-year use permit review for an open air market for up to 19 vendors located in John Robinson Jr. Town Square in Green Valley. The applicant is CARE, which stands for Community Association of Resources, Education, Enrichment, and Economics Incorporated, and their use permit was originally approved in October of 2024. The market is approved to operate on Fridays from 4 to 7 p.m. during the months of April through November. Setup can begin as early as 3 p.m. and breakdown must be done by 8 p.m. The market started operation on April 4th, 2025, and can operate through November. However, the applicant decided to cancel the remaining markets for the rest of the season. This is the approved layout, which allows for up to 19 vendor tents. The applicant obtained the necessary right-of-way permits from Arlington County to reserve parking spaces for vendor parking and loading and market activities in the county-owned parking spaces, as well as a license agreement to operate the market within county-owned public easement areas. All vendors requiring a temporary food establishment license have obtained the required license before operating as a vendor at the market. And in terms of parking, there's 6 customer parking spaces on 24th Street South and 6 on Shirlington Road for vendor parking and loading. 2 of the 6 spaces on both Shirlington and 24th Street are reserved for vendor loading and unloading, and the remaining 4 are for large truck vendors. Excluding spaces reserved for vendors, market patrons also have access to on-street parking around the site. In addition, approximately 15 county-owned spaces in the surface parking lot located at Charles Drew Community Center are available for non-exclusive vendor and customer parking after 4:30 p.m. on Fridays per the license agreement. The applicant also got permission to use 25 spaces at the Lomax Church, and there's other privately or publicly owned parking lots in the area that could be used for additional parking via agreements outside of the use permit process, including the Drew Elementary School or Macedonia Baptist Church. The applicant has indicated interest in making changes to the market, including changing the time or location, but staff reminded the applicant that that would need to be done via a use permit amendment application and couldn't be done with this review. The review of this use permit included review by planning, DES, DPR, and zoning. In addition, the Green Valley Farmers Market underwent the same inspections typical of county standard practice with open air use permits, including inspections by Public Health, who inspected at the first market on April 4th, 2025. This inspection revealed that all applicable food vendors that Public Health has regulatory authority to inspect were licensed before operating and sanitary conditions were observed. The inspection revealed that all food vendors were licensed prior to operating. And zoning also inspected in August 2025 and identified no issues, as well as code enforcement, who inspected in August 2025 and also found no issues. Staff reached out to the Green Valley Civic Association, Shirlington Civic Association, and Long Branch Civic Association. Originally, the Green Valley Civic Association responded on August 22nd that they had not received any feedback regarding the Green Valley open air market and therefore had no comments. However, the board office received a letter from the Green Valley Civic Association dated October 10th, which is the same date that the board report was published, with a number of concerns. The Shirlington Civic Association responded that they have no comment on the use permit since it was not directly adjacent to them, and the Long Branch Civic Association didn't respond to staff's outreach for comments. So this is a review of the market as previously approved, and any changes to the layout, number of vendors, and days or times and location of the market must be done by way of a use permit amendment, and the license agreement would have to be amended as well. So at this point, the recommendation is to renew the use permit with a 3-year administrative review and a county board review in 5 years. That concludes my presentation.
See, I'm charged with the microphone as well. Thank you, Ms. Martin. Do we have any advisory bodies? We don't, right?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay, so then I guess that we must have public testimony, right?
We do indeed. A moment, please.
Oh, yes, we have an applicant. That's correct. So then I mean, it's not designated as an applicant, but the applicant can present, right?
Not on my list, but I defer to the board.
Yeah. I mean, Ms. Clark, you are effectively the applicant, so since you represent CARE, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Either way.
Wherever you want. Just make sure that you speak into the microphone because. I think that
Ms.
the
Clark, if you could turn the microphone on.
On? Okay, that's better. Okay. I guess my statement could be the Green Valley Farmers Market is currently reviewing the 2025 season to consider some changes for the 2026 season. The options include possibly a change of location, day of the week, and time. We are currently surveying the community, our customers, and our vendors, and hope to have a response and a completed, updated application sometime by mid-November or shortly thereafter. But the Green Valley Farmers Market has been a great asset to the community. We have addressed food insecurity, built relationships, educated the community, and supported local vendors, farmers, and utilized the town square for what it was designed to do for the Green Valley community. And I can answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. If you can stay here in the front. Is there any public testimony that's beyond the applicant?
We do have public speakers this evening, yes.
Okay.
First of our public speakers is Mr. Craddock, speaking for 3 minutes, followed by our 5-minute speakers, Sarah Kerwin, representing the Green Valley Civic Association.
Exactly. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm Frederick T. Craddock, a resident of Green Valley, member of the Green Valley Civic Association, and a volunteer for the Green Valley Farmers Market. And when Portia first described the farmers market to me, I was excited. I was excited because it was different from neighboring farmers market. Operational hours were different, 4 in the afternoon on Fridays. The location was different in that the location is in the middle of 2, maybe 3 heavily used streets in South Arlington. But it was still, in my opinion, a resounding success. People had an opportunity to come together. Vendors that were new to the area and vendors that were established had an opportunity to show up, to offer their goods, and it was really working. And in my opinion, there was one success story, and that success story was the gentleman that fried fish, William Chestnut. He started with a tent, and now he's moved to a vehicle, tropical colored with red awnings. So it was very good. There were many people that said that they enjoyed the fresh produce. Immediately, the fish became a hit. Also, watermelon became a hit, but it had to be seeded watermelon. No one wanted watermelon with no seeds. So in many ways, it was a success. After there was an incident that led to the closing and then the planned reopening for 2026, Portia Clark immediately convened a group to do a due diligence as to what happened and how we move forward. But I was always energized by Portia's creativity and the work that she put in, bringing this together, because I know there's no misunderstanding here on how much you have to do to get an open-air farmers market going, because we do have them throughout Arlington, and they are an important part of our community. So we would like this to continue, and I would implore you to do it quickly as possible to renew this so we can get started again for 2026, in which all are invited. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craddock. I see a second speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Excuse me. Yes, and our next speaker is Sarah Kerwin, speaking for 5 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We do. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Karen Thomas and esteemed board members. Thank you for the opportunity to offer comment on behalf of the Green Valley Civic Association regarding the one-year review of the use permit for the Green Valley Farmers Market. Earlier this summer, the county asked the Civic Association to provide feedback on the market. That request was shared with our membership, and while we received no written responses, we did hear verbal input throughout the season. And then following a serious public safety incident in September, the executive committee felt it was important to submit written feedback so that the community concerns and observations could be considered before the permit was renewed. The letter we submitted aimed to reflect both the strengths and the challenges of the market. We recognize that it could have done more to lift up the many positives, such as the Friday night dinner chats that really created meaningful space. I know Mark was there for one, for dialogue, and the involvement of youth as both vendors and volunteers. And it really brought energy and connection to the square. To be clear, the concerns we raised regarding noise complaints, perceptions of late night activity, and the public safety incidents centered around parking are not new to Green Valley, and they're not the sole responsibility of the market. In fact, when the market launched, it brought a welcome and positive presence to the square. But as the season progressed, we began to hear more concerns, which is why we felt it was important to share feedback ahead of the permit review. Our goal in doing so wasn't to assign blame, but to suggest adjustments to the current setup that might help address those recurring concerns. We understand the county board is not in a position to revise the permit's details directly, but to either approve the permit or call for additional review when concerns have been raised. And for this reason, we ask that the market be put on the administrative review for the year to evaluate the safety concerns raised by community members, particularly those living in the Shelton. We also want to acknowledge that the market manager has been actively working to gather feedback to strengthen the experience, and that effort is much appreciated. And looking ahead, we hope there will be continued accountability and collaboration to support a market that is safe and vibrant for the full community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirwin. Are there any? Is there any other?
There are no further speakers.
There are no. So the conversations with the board. I have the impression that we have a motion that's alternative to the county manager's recommendation. We can start with that, or we can talk.
Yeah,
first.
Mr. Chair, I do have a amended motion here to what this county manager has put forward, and I will talk to it and we can speak to it here shortly. So I'm going to go ahead and make that motion, if that's okay?
Yeah, you can make the motion and then, and you use the narrative to support your motion.
Yep. So I move that the county board renew the use permit for an open air market at John Robertson Jr. Town Square, subject to the previously approved conditions of the staff report, and with an administrative review in 1 year, October 2026, an administrative review in 3 years, October 2028, and a county board review in 5 years, October 2030.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Yep.
So now I would ask you to speak to your motion.
So, thank you first. You know, I've spent 17 years here in Arlington, and I know the applicant quite well. I know all the speakers. I spent a lot of time in Green Valley, despite I'm not a native. I always consider myself somewhat of a transplant, right? And I've also spent a lot of time in Green Valley at these farmers markets. And though culturally, right, I am innately aware of different cultures and how we congregate, right, I can't negate the fact that as a person who is adamant about public safety, to not say something when I hear something. And to be quite frank, we've all heard a lot about Green Valley long before I showed up. The question becomes, what are we going to do about it? As I read the staff report and I digest what is laid out, it would almost seem apparent that all is well in Green Valley. But that's not the case. Because from a public safety space, one of the reasons, you've heard it already from the applicant, the reason she ceased is because there was an incident. And now is not the time or place to get into that incident that involved law enforcement, but it got to a point to where people were threatened, and it was serious. And I take all matters like that seriously. I want the Green Valley's farmers market to thrive, and thrive just like any other farmers market or location in Arlington. But when we have no formal violations per the county staff report, which are cited, but we have heard of near violent incidents, escalating tensions, youth misconduct, inadequate police presence. We've heard this. I've heard it as a board member. We've received emails on it. So as we go into this time of reconsideration, it's not about stopping the market. It's about what are we doing over the next 12 months to ensure that people's public safety, whether that's enforcement, health, permits, all of those, right, are locked tight and square. And I think there's work to be done. And I'm not going to sit up here and mislead folks about what I see, because I spend a lot of time down there. And I hear, and I try to hear from all parties. So I think as we move forward over the next year, we need to work closely with the Civic Association, with the applicant, to really clear up some of these areas when we talk about operational oversight. Some of the community relations, all are tied to this place where people congregate between a certain hours on a Friday. Not to do anything, I will say it's dereliction of duty. And it's my charge, my calling, I believe, for us to really look closely and how do we facilitate a space that is, again, vibrant and respected in this community. You can go down there any Friday that the Green Valley's Farmers Market is open. You may ask yourself, why are there so much police presence? Well, it's because communities asked for it. Knock on wood, no one's got hurt. But is that what we're waiting for? Contrast Green Valley Civic Association and contrast the farmers market to any other farmers market you may go to in Arlington. It's different. And I think we as a county has to do more to uplift them over the next 12 months, but also be partners in their success. And I want to thank Portia for her leadership on this, but I also want to thank the Green Valley Civic Association. And make no mistake about it, there's differences of opinion. But one thing I submitted and said, I know that not everybody who goes to this farmer's market, not everyone is going to come before me or for us and talk at public comment. Some people fear retaliation. Some people fear walking down the street that they're going to get beat up, be quite honest, if they say something. That is real. And if you haven't experienced it, if you don't know it, go spend some time in Green Valley and talk to people. So for me, I think it's about setting the conditions, monitoring over the next year, working closely with the applicant, working closely with the Civic Association. If you want to change the use permit down the road and move to another location, we'll consider that then. But I want this market to thrive, but I also want people who attend it to be safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Spain. Colleagues, it has been seconded, it's moved and seconded, so we're in discussion. I see Ms. Coffey first, then Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Yeah, it sounds like there's been some allusions to potential future changes that are not with us as a board tonight. But can you explain what the process is and how we would come back potentially if there are requests for changes to the use permit?
So the applicant would need to file a use permit amendment, which would also be associated with an amendment to the license agreement. And as she mentioned, she's already in the works of what that new market might look like. So it would just require submitting a new application.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Thank you. I think that's helpful. I'm all good with the motion, the alternative motion that was presented.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a thank you to the county manager, but first to Mr. Spain, county manager. I know others have been down. I think, Ms. Clark, one of my promises as we got closer and closer to having another child was that I would come back. And August just seemed really hot. And I looked at her and I was like, I can't leave her right now while she's 8 months pregnant. That's the honest truth. But I do remember when I make a commitment, and I haven't yet fulfilled it, but I am so grateful for the engagement and the work. And I also, Ms. Cunningham, I know you were there recently, Mr. Carantonis. I think everyone's been there and maybe slightly more than I have, but this is important. It feels similar. I can't name the other use permits that we've worked on where the language of the use permit and the issue that we were trying to reach did not sync up entirely. But there have been other issues like that. I'm trying to remember, but so I hear you, Mr. Spain, that there may be a lack of alignment between the staff report and the issues that you're trying to work on. I think that's a function of the way this process is. And so I simultaneously fully support the motion to pay additional attention here. I think it's absolutely warranted to make this thrive. And it's going to take resources, and it's going to take persistence. And I'm very grateful for the leadership trying to move us to a new space on this, while at the same time not, I wouldn't have written the staff report any different if I were in the shoes, in your shoes with CPHD. So I'm grateful to look at it within a year. I am open to productive future discussions as we need them as a body, but I'm also mindful that a lot of the work of progress happens sometimes outside of the limelight, and that's what you have been working on, colleagues. So happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Cunningham?
Yeah, just very briefly, a note of appreciation to Ms. Clark, to Mr. Craddock for being here, for Ms. Corwin for being online, and for everyone in all of our communities, but especially in Green Valley, that are just pouring heart and soul into trying to make our communities rich and safe and vibrant. And it's possible no one's put more hours in than you have, Ms. Clark, so thank you. And I would just add, sometimes the items that are here together in the room are not that related to each other, but create new opportunities. So Mr. Dellinger's here, I'm presuming, to talk about pickleball. So if there are any opportunities for youth and community pickleball in Green Valley, you're in the right room. So looking forward to next year, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. So do you want to speak, Mrs.
You want to do
Spain?
the closing? I just have one more comment.
No, I'm not closing. I have just a clarifying question first. So Ms. Clark just told us that day, week, and time are, so that, I understood you correctly, this triggers a completely new permitting, right? process?
We would have to evaluate whatever application comes in, but it would likely be a use permit amendment, depending on if
I
the
understand.
location stayed the same. The current use permit is linked to a license agreement, which would need to be amended. So we would take a look at whatever is submitted to determine if it would require.
But our
fully-
action today, let's imagine that we approve the motion as offered. Let's imagine the following sequence of events. So Ms. Clark here does the public process that they do, and they come up with a different time and a different. I mean, even location wasn't on the list. Location, day, week, and time. So if we approve that, and then all these four things or some of these four things change, our decision today will carry over with the 1 year of review that is proposed here, administrative review, or not?
I can answer that one. Good evening, I'm Aaron Schreiber with the Planning Division. And so this was a conversation that Ms. Clark and I just had. And so I know that Ms. Clark is evaluating or surveying the community to think about operational changes. And whatever those may be, it would most likely, it's impossible not to require a use permit amendment. As Ms. Martin mentioned, the county's license agreement, which grants the market the opportunity to utilize county property both for the market as well as parking on county property. Those two are tied specifically together. So it is hours, it is days, it is the number of parking spaces are all very much specified in those. So to the degree that any of those things want to change, Ms. Clark would have to file a use permit amendment. At the same time, she could also seek a new license agreement. And what I just told her, what we would want to do is we would want to make sure that that application comes in early enough to allow for that to be evaluated and brought to the board prior to April of next year, which is when the new market would begin. And so that would give this space in order to, let's just say, Ms. Clark wants to move the market to Saturday and she wants 17 parking spaces instead of 15, or maybe she wants another piece of Drew. Those are all things we could evaluate. Would love to get that to the board prior to April, so March. And I know that what Ms. Clark mentioned to the board this evening is she's looking at submitting something hopefully by the end of this calendar year, and that would give us sufficient time to bring this to the board for their consideration, hopefully no later than March. So then the market, when it commences operations in April, it could be doing so subject to those new locations, parameters, whatever they may be. And then what we would also most likely do as part of our recommendation of any amendment, we would want to sync up the reviews. So the board would be acting tonight on Mr. Spain's amended motion. And so let's just say, for example, if we're playing this out, if the board heard an application in March, our recommendation would try and sync that up with the already scheduled review, because we wouldn't want the market to be evaluated on separate tracks according to two different approvals. So we would sync them up at that stage, and we would be able to effectively supersede the subsequent reviews based upon whatever the amendment is. So it's a conversation that we've had, and we'd be happy to assist Ms. Clark with that application once it gets in, so that the board can hear it in time to consider new parameters.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schreiber. So in plain language, if something of the significant, components or configurations changes, then we have a use permit or a license agreement change that has to come before this board, and then we will try to be as reasonable as possible to synchronize so that we don't, burden the market and the applicant beyond that. So I have a couple of thoughts, but Mr. Spain.
Yeah, just for the record and to note, as I reflect about what we're getting ready to do tonight, and Portia, again, thank you, Ms. Clark and Frederick, for being here. I just think about John Robinson Square. And even though I didn't know John Robinson personally, I'm going to consider myself somewhat of a student of history. but he was known as the mayor of Green Valley, right? And if you knew anything about what he stood for and what he tolerated, we would be doing everything upon heaven and earth to make sure that what we do in around that area is in keeping with the highest traditions of Mr. John Robinson. So if we're talking about the illegal gambling that has been alleged is going on, if we talk about people being drunk, right, and disturbing of the peace, if we talk about consumption of alcoholic beverages and things of that nature in the park, during which time this farmers market is taking place, that's not in so much incumbent, I believe, on the applicant to take care of, but we as a community need to ensure that we're doing our due diligence to ensure that is not happening and then infringing upon the rights of other folks who may want to come and frequent that particular farmers market. And I think there's a lot of work for us to do, but I look forward to working together in peace and in harmony over the next 6 months to a year as we look at all the good news stories that's going to come out of this market. Thank you, Ms. Portia.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. So my couple of things. First of all, Ms. Clark, as somebody who has run a farmer's market, I know how difficult it is and how things never turn out like you planned them, and how you need an entire community to align in order to make a farmer's market happen. And not only that, I also know that it takes years to establish a farmer's market. And I also know that this back and forth is the location, is the time, is the proximity to a community that may have 1 or 2 or 3 more challenges or less. So I respect all this, and I have a lot of, actually a lot of respect for the effort that you have done and what the community as a whole in Green Valley continues to do. I will support the motion because this is, I believe, a part of an ongoing conversation that we have about improving public safety, the enjoyability of John Robinson Square and the environments, including the Drew Park. So I believe that since you are going to be doing already the work to rethink location, day, week, time, or any combination of these, it's not we are not overburdening you if we have a 1-year check-in to see how things are going. However, in the meanwhile, I really want to encourage everybody to really lean in and say, okay, these are the things that can be improved. So this is how we can intervene as a community. The whole point here is to support the farmers market, not to make it more difficult to run it. You have enough burden, enough obstacles to overcome already. So thank you for the motion, Mr. Spain. I will be supporting the motion when we are ready for a vote. Are we?
Oh, yeah.
We are. Okay, so then I will call a vote on the motion of Mr. Spain, seconded by Vice Chair De Ferranti. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? None. It carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. Kushner, I think we have a second pulled item. That's item 20, right?
Yes, we do. Item number 20 is the award of contract to Nastos Construction Incorporated to provide construction services for the Bluemont Park Tennis Courts renovations located at 601 North Manchester Street.
Thank you, Ms. Martin and Mr. Schreiber, for staying late. So,
Okay.
we have, Mr. Manager, a
Yes.
staff presentation of this.
Yes. Assisting with the presentation today, here he is, Tim McIntosh with Eric Beach. Tim has a brief presentation to walk through this item on the Bluemont Tennis Court Award. So over to you, Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you for joining us at this late time, Mr. McIntosh. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good evening, County Board members, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Tim McIntosh. I am the Park Development Studio Manager in the Park Development Division. I'm going to do a brief presentation on the Bluemont Park Tennis Courts renovation. Share my screen here. Great. Excellent. I'm sorry, 1 second here.
We apologize, we have to fix a technical issue with the presentation. For a moment, I could see the slide. The first slide, anyway. This one.
Okay, good.
Okay, awesome.
I think we got it now. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Okay, the first thing I want to discuss is our public engagement timeline that we went through. We started this process quite some time ago, June of 2019. We had a kickoff, and then we were at the county fair in August of 2019. We did a community kickoff in October of 2019, and then we all know what happened after that. COVID hit, and we had a pause for roughly 2 years. We kicked back off in November of 2021 with a welcome back pop-up into the park. And we also did, after that, over the next couple of years, 3 robust community engagements where we solicited a lot of feedback from the community and user groups. Earlier this year, we completed our permitting process. And we went out to bid in the summer of this year, and we're here before you tonight to seek approval for the bid. This looks like a busy slide. Don't worry, I'm not going to go through everything on the left-hand side, but I do want to highlight some items here related to the design. We had 3 goals that we wanted to achieve with this design. The first one was to improve the recreational amenities. I think most of you know that these tennis courts are in dire need of replacement. They've been around for a long time, including the facilities. So we are, of course, replacing the courts, replacing them with 9 courts, which there are 9 courts there now. LED lighting. We're also improving the parking lot. We're adding an auxiliary area where we'll have a ranger station and a bathroom, and we're also going to have a new picnic area. Our second goal is to protect and enhance the natural resources of the area. Most of you probably know that this facility is located mostly in the RPA. So one of the goals of the county was to move this out of the RPA as much as possible, and I think we've done a really good job of that. And you'll see at the top part of the screen, there is a reforestation area that we've created that is given us a huge benefit and will also create a buffer between the 4 Mile Run stream. We're also preserving mature trees. We're going to be adding 131 new trees. We're going to provide a better stormwater management. We have permeable pavers in the parking lot, and we also have a stormwater bioretention area in the parking lot. And last but not least, the idea was to improve access and safety. And we're doing that with a improved parking lot layout. We're providing improved pedestrian circulation and also providing better ADA accessibility to all of the amenities. And you'll see over there on the left-hand side, we're also creating a better connection between the parking lot, the facility, and the 4 Mile Run stream. So with all that, these tennis courts are going to provide a significant net benefit to the tennis community. These are just a few images that I wanted to share with you. The one on the left is looking south You'll see the tennis courts there. In the background, you'll see the auxiliary building and the parking lot. On the right-hand side is an image of the parking lot, where in the center you'll see the permeable pavers, and below that you'll see an image of the new picnic shelter. So our recommendation is to approve the award of the contract resulting from the negotiation number RFQ N1206 to Nastos Construction Incorporated to provide construction services for the Bluemont Park tennis courts renovation at 601 North Manchester Street in the amount of $5,687,971 and an allocation of $796,315.94 as a contingency for a total contract authorization of $6,484,286.94. With that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you again for the opportunity. Happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh. Mr. Kushner, I don't believe that we have applicants on this, and I don't believe that we have advisory commissions on this, so we have the public testimony on this.
We do
right?
indeed have public speakers. Beginning with our first 3-minute speaker, Mr. Bernie Byrne, followed by Mr. Michael J. Grace.
Dr. Byrne, good evening.
Yes. Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
We can.
Okay, thank you. Please do not approve this contract award at this time. This poorly designed project, and it is poorly designed, will destroy a designated Monarch Wayside near the south end of the parking lot, near the site's ranger station, picnic shelter, and restrooms. Its location is 16 on the project map you saw. A prominent sign in the wayside informs people of this designation. The project background existing conditions map in which the initial public engagement materials did not identify this Monarch Wayside. County staff and managers apparently failed to read this identifying sign before designating the project. I pointed out to this failure to the project manager, who's not here today. However, the manager did not respond to my messages and never considered preserving the wayside during the design project. This is really, you're not getting the story here. The wayside contains much common milkweed. The structure of the wayside will therefore contradict the County Board's 2016 Monarch Pledge, which states, whereas for decades, Arlington County has managed urban landscapes and public lands, as well as wildflowers, with native plantings, including milkweed. Where's the milkweed? Destruction of the wayside will also contradict action number 3.11, expand natural lands of the county's 2013 Forestry and Natural Resources Plan. The destruction will further contradict that plan's action number 3.14, protect and support the sensitive populations of plants and wildlife. It's not doing this, except in other areas. The Xerxes Society states, studies have indicated that 85 to 92% of monarchs overwintering in Mexico fed on common milkweed as caterpillars. Studies such as these demonstrate the protection of common milkweed populations is essential to the eastern monarch migration. Any contract award for the destruction of this wayside and its existing population of common milkweed would therefore be inexcusable. The project's plan should specify many plantings of common milkweed throughout its area, including the slope east of Manchester Street. As far as I'm aware, it's not do this. The project will increase the site's impermeable surface by constructing a new tennis practice court, which was not mentioned in the presentation. If the project cannot preserve the wayside in its present location, it must replace the planned practice court with a new wayside. If you want to properly implement your Monarch Pledge and the county's forestry and natural resources plan, you must not approve this contract award at this time. You must defer this consideration of this award until county staff either prepares a plan that preserves the Monarch Wayside in place or replaces the tennis practice court with a new wayside. There are also other places for the wayside, but where the planned products practice
Dr.
court,
Byrne, if you can
that will do it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next.
Yes, our next speaker is Michael J. Grace, followed by Tim Dellinger.
Good evening, Mr. Grace. You can lift on the right side.
fine,
Okay,
Good evening. I'm Michael Grace. I've resided in Arlington County continuously since 1985. I enthusiastically play tennis and advocate for our precious public tennis courts. I've also served on the board of directors of ACTA, the Arlington County Tennis Association. I'm not one who asked the board to pull this from the consent agenda, but I can highlight to you the many reasons the board should approve the awarding of this contract. Number one, it fulfills the current public spaces master plan, under which the county would designate sport-specific outdoor complexes, providing the highest level of facilities for a particular sport. In this case, it would be tennis at Bluemont Park. Secondly, this would conclude an extensive, successful public engagement process on this project. What we once called the Arlington Way has worked here. County staff presented 2 design concepts over 5 years. Stakeholders and the public provided feedback at numerous public meetings and online. Based on all that, the staff has come up with an attractive, thoughtfully designed upgrade of Bluemont's tennis complex. And I want to thank all county staff who worked on this, but particularly Joshua Sirk, the landscape architect who has been fostering this project through the process over the past 5 years. Great job, Josh. The design will upgrade the tennis playing experience at Bluemont. Moving the practice wall off a court frees up that court to be used to play tennis instead of people fighting about playing tennis or practicing. The project planning has been fiscally responsible in order to contain costs within the adopted capital improvement plan budget. Staff surgically eliminated or downsized some desired features. This upgrade will also reduce ongoing maintenance costs. When the county has rebuilt tennis courts from their foundation, they have required less ongoing maintenance, less cost in the future. And finally, upgrading Bluemont coincides with increased interest in playing tennis, both nationally and here in Arlington County. Some statistics. Just from 2019 to 2024, our participation in playing tennis nationwide has increased by 46%. And there's other numbers I can give you, but also in Arlington County, enrollment in ACTA's programs has been increasing steadily, and anecdotally, it's more challenging now to find a court than at any time since I've lived here in 1985. So we who enthusiastically play tennis are excited about our sport's future, and we appreciate the counties having committed to our sport by coming up with a wonderful design to upgrade Bluemont. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grace. Mr. Kushner, the next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker is Tim Dellinger, followed by John Segerman.
Mr. Dellinger, good evening.
All right. Pickleball's coming to Green Valley, by the way. I personally striped courts at Charles Drew. Hello, County Board. I'm here to tell you that I believe in you. And I believe in your ability to provide oversight and your ability to see the big picture. I'll remind you about a fantastic advisory organization that you have called the Sports Commission, who put in a lot of time and effort and careful consideration into writing up recommendations that were sent to you on July 7th, 2019, recommending pickleball at Bluemont Park. You may notice that the plan presented here today, there is no pickleball, alas. Unfortunately, DPR is once again putting something in front of you that is against the best interests of pickleball. And I personally think that you should tell DPR that you really can't continue voting against pickleball. I can talk your ears off about the disparate treatment that tennis gets compared to pickleball, the empty, unused court space that we're not allowed to play on, the 3-year gift that was handed to tennis by needlessly delaying the PSMP update. Some people would call it a double standard. Some people would use legal terms like arbitrary and capricious. In any case, yet again, you're probably going to vote against the interests of the pickleball community, and DPR is going to have some plausible deniability explaining why, yet again, they're favoring tennis and neglecting pickleball. But the big picture, what's the big picture? Let's talk outcomes. Where are we at the end of the day? Tennis gets a marvelous new flagship facility at Bluemont, and pickleball gets bitter disappointment. Where's our flagship facility? The county board designated some CIP money for PSMP Action Plan Action Item 1.4.3 to build dedicated pickleball courts, quote, to meet demand. And DPR's own public input process revealed that the #1 requirement for such a facility is that it have lots and lots of courts. And then the money was spent to reduce the number of pickleball courts at Walter Reed. The site of Bluemont that you're voting on today, with parking and bathrooms, that could easily accommodate a 24-court pickleball facility. Sigh. But I believe in you. I believe in you as leaders who see the big picture. If DPR wants your vote today on Bluemont Park, tell them they got to do something for pickleball in return. If DPR wants your vote today, tell them that pickleball is a vibrant community that brings joy and vitality to Arlington, that pickleball has suffered underserved for far too many years. If DPR wants your vote today on Bluemont Park, tell them yes. But if and only if pickleball also gets a flagship facility that's the same size or bigger than what they're doing for tennis at Bluemont Park.
Thank you, Mr. Dunger. The next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker is John Segerman.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is John Segerman. I live in Donaldson Run, where I serve on our Civic Association's Executive Committee and also as its representative on the Arlington Neighborhoods Advisory Committee. Tonight, I'm speaking in my personal capacity as a tennis enthusiast. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to the board in support of the tennis court renovation project in Upper Bluemont Park. It was, as you know, this was pulled from the consent agenda. It's being considered tonight. It's important that the county board recognize the wide level of support that renovation of Bluemont has throughout the county. This project is overdue, and I commend the Department of Parks and Recreation. I'd echo what has been said previously, and the county board to bringing it closer to its construction. It was way back in 2018, 2019, when the county first began consideration of this upgrade, and we've heard about a thorough public engagement process over many years that has resulted in a construction project that merits your approval. Bluemont, as has also been discussed by Tim, is certainly in serious need of a facelift. The passage of time and the impact of weather have rendered the courts unplayable at times, given the numerous cracks and the uneven surface condition. And I clearly, in my capacity, I used to also be on the active board, recall Parks and Rec staff telling us that there were times they actually had to close Bluemont and padlock it closed because it was unsafe to play there. So that's one aspect of our experience we've heard about. Over many years, respectfully disagreeing with the previous speaker, the sport of tennis in Arlington has been crowded out by a number of other priorities. During the past few decades, Arlington has seen in the neighborhood of 25 tennis courts permanently eliminated, including courts at Williamsburg, Swanson Middle Schools. And I would commend Arlington for being one of the only public school systems in the entire Northern Virginia area that has middle school tennis as a competitive sport. And notwithstanding the closure of tennis courts, it goes on. This downward trend is one reason why we in the tennis community are pleased that the county has designated Bluemont as a preeminent tennis facility, and we've been told it'll be tennis only once complete. It'll be capable of hosting competitive tournaments, charity, and other such events that bring people together and serve needs. Though several additional enhancements, such as partial bubbling of the courts during cold weather, as well as additional number of courts, were rejected during the process, tennis players are nonetheless pleased with the final result. Like many Arlingtonians I know, I can confidently attest to the well-known adage that tennis is a lifelong sport. I've been fortunate enough to have played since I was 12 years old. Both my sons play and enjoy the game. Taking nothing away from other sports which require specialized equipment, manicured fields, large teams, and the like, tennis can be played at a modest cost with just 2 players at a moment's notice. It is accessible to all, and I recall running into Arlington's best tennis player ever, Dennis Kudla, who achieved number 53 in the world as I was playing with my son at Stratford Park last year. So even Dennis Kudla plays at Arlington Public Courts. At a time when America's young people struggle with obesity, addiction to devices, and other unhealthful trends, tennis provides a great outdoor respite. Bluemont will help with that. And thank you, staff and the board, for your work on this project.
Conclude. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
This concludes our public speakers.
This concludes our public speakers. Colleagues, if there is no objection, I will offer a motion for purpose of discussion I move that the county board approve the award of the contract resulting from negotiation number RFQ N 1206 to Nastas Construction Incorporated to provide construction services for the Bluemont Park Tennis Courts renovations at 601 North Manchester Street in the amount of $5,687,971 and the allocation of $796,315 $94 as a contingency, that's 14%, for a total contract authorization of $6,484,286.94. In addition, authorize the purchasing agent to execute the contract document subject to legal review by the county attorney. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Vice Chair DeFerranti. I will speak very briefly on this. The topic in front of us today is the technical award of a construction contract that will improve and replace, really aging tennis courts, and also will improve the entire installation and the entire, functioning of this space. So, this by itself is necessary and a great improvement. I agree with all the speakers today. However, it is bringing it to our attention, and I didn't hear it only from Mr. Dellinger. I've heard it from many people also who come to my Open Door Mondays, and I've received letters and emails on this that ask, challenge us to think a little bit about how to best use the facility once constructed and finalized. And so basically they're asking for double use of these tennis courts, since a completely renovated tennis court is perfectly feasible to be used as well as two pickleball courts. I know that both constituencies, both sports communities have need space. I know that both sports are very popular in Arlington and have been increasing. But this is a challenge for us. We have limited space, limited courts, and we try to make the most out of them. One improvement a few years ago was to begin to put lights everywhere, which was not controversial, so that we can use them longer. And now we're looking into ways to have the peaceful coexistence between growing and vigorous communities. I have to tell you that during the pandemic, I've learned how important and for general mental health and community health, the really increased engagement in public sports has been. The pickleball community that came out of that, we're talking about thousands of Arlingtonians who play daily the sport. They show us that this is an amazing contribution to general public health and mental health. So I think that it's worth, now that's early, before we complete, to think about how we use it. I know that the Public Spaces Master Plan has a prescription for that, but also things have happened in between when the Public Spaces Master Plan was conceived and today's needs are emerging. That's my discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be super brief. I don't know that I would have pulled it. Someone did. That's okay. Full respect. But if you've spent a long time here, I want to give just a thank you to Mr. Grace, Mr. McIntyre, and Mr. Dellinger, as well as Mr. Byrne for each speaking. I definitely don't have a son who's played Division I tennis. If my son does that, I'd be thrilled. But
Now's the time to start.
Yeah, exactly. I thought about being a tennis dad at 4 weeks old, but that seems inappropriate. Just a thank you to each of you. I'm not an if and only if in this bucket, Mr. Dellinger, but follow up, and we're in a not so much both and world, but if we prioritize our capital spending in the next CIP, it is not irrelevant to be thinking about additional pickleball facilities. So the grand anti-pickle conspiracy, I think that's a little much for me, but I would at least let you know that I'm listening, and I suppose probably all of us on the board are.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey, then Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, and, I would echo many points of that. I think in particular, as delayed as it may be, the Public Spaces Master Plan update is happening. We will have new data, we will have new information. And for me, we need to really follow and support with fidelity that process. That will be informative wherever the data and information comes out, and then integrating it into our normal course of CIP and other investments. That's where I stand. We have existing processes to accomplish all of our capital investments that are deeply in conflict with each other. And there are many sports that have even less investment than tennis or pickleball. As a field hockey player, you'd be quite troubled to find any fields that are lined outside of our high schools for field hockey. So, I just, there's limited resources and there's only so much space, and we are doing the best we can, but I'm not willing to upend processes that are already established. So and we are here today to vote on a contract, not a concept. So.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
Just two quick things. One is, while we're not talking about the concept, it's great to see it because I wasn't here when this one came through. But the practice wall seems like a really awesome thing to be adding to a lot of our parks, and maybe within the $2.50 that we have to spend on capital projects in the next couple of years. But I can say as the parent of a lacrosse player that our school personnel may really appreciate it if we could have them not be using the walls of the schools, which are some of the few solid walls. So anyway, and then secondly, as Mr. Byrne joined us, and I'm sure this has been shared throughout the design process as well, is there anything you can share about the Monarch Wayside, or where we envision sneaking in some common or poke milkweed here?
I can I can speak to that. The fact that we had to remove the Monarch Wayside is not lost on us. It was challenging to get the configuration we needed to get the courts and everything else out of the RPA. So there are trade-offs. So we had to remove it, but we are going to replace it, so to speak, in the signage in the bioretention area. We will not have common milkweed. It is a difficult plant to install in a bioretention. It can be very aggressive. We have over 50% of the plants in there that are going to be monarch friendly. So I think we've done a really good job of replacing that wayside and adding an additional or a new feature that will serve the same purpose.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Spain.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. First, let me just say, I think all of us up here, we are pickleball enthusiasts. Let's make that perfectly clear. And that with 25 outdoor facilities and 18 indoor across Arlington, pickleball that is, I think just to your concerns, I think we're always looking at ways, and I do want to stay honest to the public space master plan as well, and always look at opportunities for us to do more. Of course, pickleball, I just want to kind of focus on where you're at, that it is a sport whereby it's just gaining so much traction in America. But tennis has been around for a while, and so has basketball and field hockey and football, and you just go down the line. I think we are always looking at ways to be innovative. Again, this is a contract for us to approve at this point. It goes back to 2019 when this process started, and I think where we're at today is moving in the right direction. I also want to thank Dr. Byrne for his persistence. Last night I had the opportunity to serve as our board liaison to Open Door Monday, where we had a very extensive conversation about milkweed and all of his concerns. And I think we've just heard some of the answers that he to some of his questions. But I do have a question for staff. Do we have a list? Dr. Byrne told me last night in Open Door Monday about he had requested a list of the species that are plants that we're going to place there. Do we have that readily available?
We do, and we are in the process of getting that to him. We can provide that planting plan for him.
Okay. Any estimated time on when we can get that to him?
We should be able to get it to him tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Colleagues, if there is no objection, I will take a vote on my motion, seconded by Vice Chair De Ferranti. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Nobody opposes. The motion carries unanimously, and that means that we approve this contract to Nastos Construction Incorporated. Thank you so much for coming tonight, actually. On regular agenda items, Mr. Kushner, can you please call the one item that we have on our regular agenda, which item 35?
The first of two items on our regular agenda, the first of which is
apologize. We have an additional
presentation of the 2026 State General Assembly package for the County Board's annual hearing on the proposed General Assembly session values, initiatives, and positions.
So, thank you, Mr. Manager. There is a staff presentation. I see Mr. Este, and I want to welcome him to his first presentation of our legislative package.
Yeah, Brian Esty is so excited to be here. He's fulfilled his life's ambition. And he will make a presentation along with Chris Lane, who will lay out our proposed General Assembly package. So I'll turn it over to you, Brian.
Thank you, Mark. Obviously, as you said, it's my first, and in the hopes of not having it be my last, I will try to be as brief as possible. I know I'm keeping you guys from home at this point. I think we're second to last on the agenda here. But all right, and I believe, Mason, you have our slides?
Persistent technical issues. Give me a moment.
No worries. I think while Mason's working on that, I can start on some of it without the slides because a bit of it is introductions. As was said, I'm Brian Esty, the relatively new legislative and policy analyst. Colleague behind me, Chris Lane, is our intergovernmental affairs liaison. And together with a whole bunch of folks internally and external interested individuals and groups, we put together a legislative package. There have been some tweaks in structure from years past in terms of how we will function. I've been using, considering it's football season, an analogy. I will be the coach, gathering all of our data from internally and our experts and calling the play down to Chris in Richmond, where he is our star quarterback. And there we go. And so I'm just on the first slide after this, Mason. Thank you. So we also made slight changes to the package structure itself. We broke it into three categories. Our legislative values, these are going to be our guiding lights during the upcoming session. Our initiatives, these are going to be, I think the best way we can describe those is these are going to be the ones where we are in the driver's seat on these particular ones. And then we'll have our legislative positions, which are legislative issues where we will be in the room, we will be part of discussions, we will be working on it, but we may not be the ones leading those efforts. And two quick notes on some package philosophy and strategic considerations. We did a bit of strategic ambiguity in how we put together the package. We don't want to end up in situations down in Richmond where we're negotiating against ourselves. The example I've been giving is if we are saying we want X number of slots for this program, then when we go into a negotiation, everyone knows what number of slots we want, and they're going to negotiate us down from there. So the goal is to let our feelings be known about the direction we want to go, and then, allow Chris the optimal leeway to get us to the best possible outcome. And then just another note for anyone reading the package, we put it specifically in alphabetical order. It does not reflect any prioritization. Next slide, please. Thank you. One too far. I'm back. All right, thank you. So as we have traditionally, our commissions and advisory groups, county staff, our board members, and members of the community have all sort of put together, provided us with the ideas and the basis for this. We ended up with 213 positions that we narrowed down into our document. Some of them will look familiar from years past, some are new. And as noted, this is the draft, so over the next month, before we have you all move to adopt it in the November meeting, we're going to be incorporating additional comments from internal folks and external folks. And of course, part of that will be, third bullet here, our work session with the General Assembly delegation next month. Next slide, please. So quickly, I won't bother going through all of this. I think the key points are that it is our quote-unquote long session, which is not very long, especially when you consider, as you can see, that there will be likely more than 2,000 bills that will be considered in that time. The other key point is that this is our 2-year, we're crafting the 2-year budget this year, which normally would give us a lot more flexibility in our asks. Unfortunately, as we all know, the fiscal climate is going to be challenging. There's a fair bit of uncertainty about how much leeway we will have with our budget asks. Next slide, please. All right, here's our first tranche of legislative values. Building stronger Virginia communities. This is, to talk about in a nutshell, this is Arlington in a nutshell, and ensuring that, the state allows us and also helps us to build the communities that we, that our residents deserve. Second is enabling local government innovation. We want to be able to tackle new problems as they come in without unnecessary hurdles from the state, because we don't want to, limit ourselves in that way without, by having to always go down and speak to them when there is within reasonable processes, ways for us to, take the reins a bit. Tried and true from years past, fully funding commitments to local governments and avoiding unfunded mandates. There's money that has been committed to localities that hasn't maybe come entirely. So we want to make sure that we are pushing for full funding of those things and also avoiding even well-meaning efforts that commit us to spending more money, which will negatively impact our ability to serve our community with the level of services and care that they expect and deserve. Next slide, please. There we go. Continuing on, local governing and revenue authority, preserving that as much as possible, particularly on the revenue side. We need to make sure that we are standing firm on not allowing changes to our revenue generating abilities that aren't compensated for with an offsetting measure, especially in our current fiscal climate. That is going to be incredibly difficult for us. And then finally, protecting Arlingtonians and Virginians from federal cuts. I know we feel this acutely. I'm preaching to the choir here, but whether it be SNAP or Medicaid or a myriad of other issues, some of which I'll discuss later, we need to be pushing to the state as much as possible to help cover those shortfalls. Next slide. So here's the first batch of our initiatives. Again, these are the ones we're going to be, proactively asking for bills for and pushing forward as the sort of main leaders on. One of the federal cuts that hasn't gotten as much play is related to emergency management and public safety, particularly here in Arlington. We have historically gotten money from the Urban Area Security Initiative, known as UASI, and that funding has been severely cut. And so we are going to be asking the state to help us and other regional and statewide localities who have similar needs. We're going to be asking them for a funding patch and also studying options for a permanent funding of this at the state level, given the federal government's push towards devolving some of these things down to the states, which in other words is asking us to pay for them. Next, we have our local authority over affordable housing. I won't go too in depth. The main point is we currently are able to have affordable set-asides in some of our buildings, but that is dictated by a formula that is written directly into code. And we're going to be pursuing an effort to allow us more flexibility in setting that formula ourselves so that as our economy changes, as our needs change, we don't have to go back to Richmond every time that happens. Instead, we will have a local process with guardrails, of course, that we go through to set that. And then finally, we have our performance parking pilot expansion. I know you all are very aware of that and the good work that has been done there. The next step we want to take is getting the ability to use our new technologies available, including license plate readers, to efficiently enforce our parking laws, our parking code, and particularly with it being wanting to continue it as a pilot, we want to be able to model some of the best the best practices for data retention and minimizing that as much as possible, and also for equitable enforcement of those of the parking rules. So next slide. Preserving tree canopy. This is one I know you're all familiar with, and one of the previous presenters already talked about the benefits, so I won't rehash those. We already know there are legislative vehicles moving forward. Delegate Hope plans on bringing back his bill last I spoke to him. And so we are working with him and with others to lead on that so we can ensure we can preserve and expand our tree canopy and receive all the benefits that come with that. Next, we have promoting the proper structure and functioning of the independent police auditor. Again, a weird quirk of Arlington County government is that we are currently unable to have our independent police auditor report directly to the board, as our neighboring jurisdictions do. And so there's been a bill on that in the past. There's an interest in bringing that back, and also working on some of the issues related to records access, and at least, if nothing else, have a work group on that to ensure that the independent police auditor has all of the records that they need and the proper access to be able to do their job as best as possible. And then lastly, I know this was also discussed earlier today, so I won't go too long on it, but improving our tourism improvement district law. Again, I don't want to, it's always up in the air, but I do think our at least initial returns are that this should be a relatively uncontroversial change to allow us to approach more of a public-private partnership style of tourism improvement district instead of a completely separated entity. And so next slide, please. Moving on to positions, again, these are things that we will be involved in, but not necessarily the drivers on. redeveloping vacant and obsolete office space. This is something we worked on last year. There is existing programs that sort of require some tweaks and some funding. Fairfax County will be pushing for this, as is a member of their delegation, Delegate Bulova. And so we will be riding along with them on this one, working and supporting our businesses during the current economic climate. Obviously, it goes without saying, as part of presentations earlier, folks are dealing with a lot of tough things right now, and any opportunities we can find to support them, we will. Education and youth. This is, again, another thing we've seen multiple times. We've had the JLARC study on funding our standards of quality. We haven't implemented or funded those yet, and so we will be pushing, as will many other folks, to at least move that down the line. In the environment, sort of a two-level thing here. Obviously, there's the big issues like Virginia Clean Economy Act and the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, but there are also the ability, we want to ensure localities have the ability to, do things on their own as well, to meet their clean energy goals. And similarly, we want to be able to tackle pollutants and invasive species, particularly at the source as much as possible, rather than having to pay a lot extra to fix them on the back end. Next slide. On fiscal, again, this is mostly just underlining some of the things that were in our values. Maintaining local tax authority unless there is an alternative that keeps us whole from a revenue standpoint. Respecting local procurement and policy needs. This is, again, a situation where we will be making sure that the state is not, or we'll be fighting to make sure that the state does not push things on us without assisting us with those things, because that's crucial. Good governance, leveraging emerging technologies. This was referenced in last year's package. AI is more and more a part of our lives every day. Want to make sure it's being used where it can be, and and having guardrails when it is being used, so that we are minimizing its double-edged sword nature as much as possible. Modernizing meeting access is, again, another repeated issue that has come back on ensuring virtual meetings so that more citizens can attend advisory board meetings and things of that nature. Healthcare, again, mentioned earlier, social safety net programs. This is huge. There's a lot of people hurting right now. We are going to need to hold the line and make sure we have what we need in those regards, but also looking forward for our aging and behavioral health systems, ensuring in a tough climate we are not failing to invest in those, because to quote NVAN, aging is something we're all doing. So we'll certainly all use that at some point, and behavioral health systems we will all use, or we'll know someone who uses at some point, and so investing in those is key. Next slide, please. Housing and land use. Again, a regular occurrence. Let's make sure we're funding all of our housing initiatives, particularly the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but also providing us as a locality with maximum flexibility for dealing with affordability and quality issues, and also making sure tenants' rights are protected, whether that is giving them additional recourse, allowing, there's some movements towards allowing the localities to assist in that process, and we want to support as a locality with a lot of renters. We want to make sure we're protecting their rights. And then, speaking of rights, individual rights and civil liberties. I think this one is pretty straightforward. It's what we're about here in Arlington. We're going to be fighting to combat discrimination and to protect the rights of all Virginians, full stop. So next slide. All right, public safety. Again, this has been common over the last several years, ensuring that we allow our local public safety folks to make the decisions they know they need to make for public safety purposes, and not having mandates that push them to involve themselves in immigration-related issues immigration-related actions that may be, in fact, causing harm to our public safety. Again, another key flag, we want to make sure that investments in public safety are maintained even in this tough fiscal climate. And then transportation, prioritizing safety. We have our Vision Zero priorities that we're trying to meet, allowing for automated enforcement, especially when it's used in an equitable way, to keep our folks safe. And then maintaining robust transportation funding, especially for WMATA, whether that be from the state or a combination thereof of the state and ability for localities to fund our transportation needs. And so next slide. And mercifully, we are on our last two slides, and these are just some quick key upcoming dates. November 13th is our county board and legislators work session, which will also serve as a public meeting on the package. Legislative package will be considered for adoption by the county board at our November meeting, which is November 15th, or I believe the 18th is the reconvene. December 17th, the governor's budget will come out. Generally, it's used as rough guidelines, especially in a year like this. It's probably going to be rougher guidelines with a new administration coming in. January 7th, there will be regional public comment on that budget. And then next slide. January 14th, we're kicking off into session, which is also the last day for us to file bills. We will have our bills in way before that, or at least an understanding from our patrons that they will be in. Crossover is another key date because any bill that's been introduced has to pass its chamber of origin to remain in consideration at that point. And then we will are scheduled to adjourn sine die on March 14th. And we're looking at a reconvene session in mid-April. And the key there is, the upcoming elections will tell us a lot about what that reconvene section, whether it's more of a formality or we'll have a bit more action. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Estee. Lengthy presentation. Thank you for that. Mr. Kushner, I don't believe that we have any advisory bodies or except, do we have public comment?
We do. Give me just a moment.
Public testimony, I should say.
Our first public speaker this evening is Ms. Margaret McKelvey, followed by Alan Gadgetar.
Ms. McKelvey, good evening. Ms. McKelvey? Can we move to the next speaker, please, until we resolve that?
Ms. McKelvey, I can see you, but I think you are muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Margaret McKelvey. I'm a nearly 45-year resident of Cherrydale in Arlington, and I'm also a member of the group Quiet Clean Northern Virginia. And QC Nova is going to be once again introducing legislation in the General Assembly that would give localities the option of banning gas-powered leaf blowers if their constituents so desired. So I was very pleased to see that under the environment you have the following: enhance air quality and reduce noise pollution through the adoption of strategies to decarbonize handheld lawn equipment use. So I just wanted to say that since backpack gas-powered leaf blowers are a principal scourge that we're looking at, although the leaf vacuums, which is kind of a blower in reverse, are also horrible. But we'd like to see, or I would like to see, if you could use the word portable instead of handheld, just to make sure that we're clear, and I hope you are, that you would like to get rid of the gas-powered leaf blowers, most of which are worn on the backs of landscape workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McKelvey. The next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker is Alan Gajadar. My apologies, followed by Mr. Dave Schutz, speaking for 5 minutes on behalf of the Civic Federation.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Carantonis.
Good evening, Mr.
Honorable board members, Mr. Schwartz. I'm here to support the Civic recommendations regarding the form of government in a couple of different ways. One of them, I want to comment that I think this county is well run. It is well run, it is well represented, but one of the opportunities that we have here right now based on the legislation that Patrick Hope is proposing is to enable the county to create a commission. Doesn't need permission to create a commission, but it does need permission to make changes to the county government. One of the hallmarks of a well-run organization is the ability to look at itself and adapt and change and grow. And that is what we have recommended from the Civic Federation, representing the will of all the different organizations in the county. So we strongly recommend that the county create a commission to support the evaluation of the form of government in the county. We all know the history of the current form of government. It started in the 1930s. At the same time, certain laws were put into place to disenfranchise a number of folks. Now, I'm not saying that's going on today, but that being the case, our current form of government is a legacy of those days, and it's almost 100 years old now, and the times are completely different, and the representation is completely different, and the way the organization functions is also completely different. So I think the opportunity here is for you all to strengthen your oversight of the county government, engage better with citizens and the community, as well as support Patrick Hope's legislation again. And this ties in with a couple of the stated legislative values in this legislative package that you have. One of them is to enable local government innovation, and the other one is to preserve existing local government authority. With that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gajadar.
And our next and final speaker is Mr. Dave Schutz.
Mr. Schutz, good evening.
I don't get that. My wife doesn't give me that. I gotta work on that.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Arlington Civic Federation. I'm Dave Schutz. I'm chair of the Legislation Committee of Civic Federation. We appreciate the time and effort staff has invested in preparing the draft legislative agenda, which is before you. It's generally well aligned with CivFed priorities. Today, I'm here with a particular focus on form of government. Last year, Governor Youngkin showed an unusual tenderness for the county board's sentiments in vetoing Delegate Hope's bill, which would have expanded the board's and citizens' authority to shape our form of government. He claimed that board opposition was his reason for the veto. It would be wonderful if his regard for Arlington's feelings had extended.
Mr. Schutz, I apologize for interrupting you. Can you please make sure that your microphone is on? Because we don't hear you very well.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm hearing me just fine.
Or a little bit closer to your microphone.
Thank you so much. So it would have been wonderful if his regard for Arlington's feelings had extended to other matters. In your 2024 agenda, you asked that no legislation forcing form of government changes be enacted, which on its face wouldn't have precluded a permissive bill like Hope's. This was, however, coupled with active lobbying against it, which was a profound disappointment to us in the Civic Federation. We hope your recent public statements signal a change in perspective. We urge you to actively lobby for the passage of the Hope Bill this session, to include this support explicitly in your legislative agenda, and to empanel the Citizens Committee promised by several of you in your January speeches. This will empower Arlingtons to enact consensus changes in our form of government without waiting for legislative approval. We believe this moment represents the best chance in nearly 90 years for a meaningful community conversation about our form of government, with an eye towards substantial improvements. Arlington today has 10 times the residents of the semi-rural county for which our current form of government was crafted in the 1930s. Governing tasks have grown exponentially more complex, the volume of issues has surged, and our population is vastly more diverse in every sense, demographically, economically, and ideologically. The architects of the 1930s form of government left us a system that often amplifies the preferences of our dominant ethnic and policy factions, sidelining minority voices to the detriment of our entire community. That's why Civic Federation charged our Tiger Committee, Task Force on Improving Governance and Electoral Reform, with exploring ways to make our government more representative, with more proportional representation, and better equipped to handle the relentless pace of issues facing the county and school boards. There's clear citizen interest in this topic and institutional support as well. Both the League of Women Voters and the NAACP have voiced that our government can and should be improved. In his RL Now statement of candidacy, Delegate Patrick Hope identified enabling former government improvement as his second priority for this coming legislative session. Among Tiger's key recommendations are enlarging both boards, perhaps to 7 members, and elect them in groups using ranked choice voting. We're encouraged that you have already implemented ranked choice voting, a substantial pay increase for the county board, and taken steps to bolster board policymaking capabilities. As Tiger suggested, we applaud those moves and urge similar attention to the school board to ensure that it can keep pace and better retain its members. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz.
No question.
We cannot entertain.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Kushner, this concludes the list of speakers.
Correct. There are no
right?
further speakers.
Okay. So that means, if that's the last speaker, that the public hearing on this item is now closed, and the board will carry over consideration and discussion of the legislative agenda to the November County Board meeting before our final vote. So, and we have a additional item. That's item.
No discussion at all?
It concludes.
There's no motion on this
It
item. The
concludes the
discussion is
public
closed, and
hearing.
we'll carry the hearing over until the December board meeting.
Great, so we're not
Yeah,
talking about it.
We're
at
not
all.
talking tonight, but we will talk before a vote.
Can I just
in-
highlight one thing, which is that though the
my guess.
presentation included high-level priorities, the document attached has much more depth to it, including explanations of things
Absolutely.
and additional topics in our policy positions beyond just what was on the slides. For brevity, obviously, we are not going to fit the entire 6+ page document into slides. But I know that there may be people seeing just those highlighted items asking, well, where's my thing that's always been here? And so I just, I think it's important to highlight that if we're not going to say anything else tonight.
This is a well-placed clarification. No problem with that. Any other short comments on the issue?
Yes, I have short comments on the issue. First of all, a huge thanks to the team that is fairly new at working together and has created an excellent document, and appreciation to the manager's office as well as board member Coffey for wrangling that. And then without going into all that, I as one board member would say, as we lean into a highly unusual time, that for me the priorities in this package and in all the work we do in the next months and years is really going to be about financial resilience and safety net, as well as continuing to make some progress on other things. But when we need to make choices, which we are going to have many of, I hope that we, along with our delegation, will be focused on making sure people can have a roof over their heads, food in their bellies, and be on the way to employment, and that we can keep the county together in a time of great pressure from the federal government.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Since I opened to everybody, I see Vice Chair DeFerranti wanting to weigh in, and Mr. Spain.
I made 5 notes. I'm throwing 3 of them out to be brief. But the other 3, this is excellent. I love the format. I love the way it works. I'll have opinions on the other 3 topics that I won't mention, but it ain't perfect. on page 5, the word Virginians is missing an N. And so I just wanted to let you know I was reading in that level of detail. And then I think it's human to share with Mr. Gajihar and Mr. Schutz that we had earlier discussion, not unanimity. We had earlier discussion this afternoon on the commission, which I have little doubt will be covered tomorrow online, but also you could look when the video comes up, you can watch each of the starts of all our thoughts, and they're not all unanimous. But page 5 does include a short sentence on the governance question, and just for everyone's awareness, that's all I got.
Mrs. Spain.
Well, first, I too want to thank Brian. Welcome aboard, Brian. This is your first rodeo show with us, and you've done magnificent work alongside Chris and the entire team. And this is actually my first time going through the process from beginning to end, because when I got here, right, the proposal for, the plan for last year, our package was already approved. That being said, I do look forward to this level of engagement and teeing out to what my colleague Ms. Cunningham has stated, areas whereby, are just good for Arlington, right? But I also believe to the speakers, thank you for coming out. That too is going to take on a large scale conversation, I believe. And to what the vice chair said, there's extended comments we had earlier today. Of note, Mr. Chair, I would, just to throw this out here, you had you were talking about Aachen earlier today, and one prime fact, I did some research, Aachen, our sister city, is about the same size, right? About 200,000 people. You know how many elected people they have on their city council?
They have a council of 56.
Yeah. We're not going to get there.
But they have
it's
also
a fun
a
fact.
democracy with more than two parties and a completely different political system.
I totally get it.
And the mayor has more power than any of us.
Yeah. But anyway, I look forward to this process. Thank you very much, Brian. Just a fun fact for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Since everyone else got to touch on specific topics, I just want to really highlight the way the federal government has impacted putting our package together. The fact that the UASI security funding is top of our list is something that in a normal year should not even be there. UASI, the Urban Area Security Initiative money, is our post 9/11 anti-terrorism funding for public safety. Mm-hmm. We are possibly losing anti-terrorism money for public safety, and it is critical that we find that money somewhere. We are not going to, forego doing the things that make us a secure area. Being so close to the Capitol, we are a higher threat level than many other places in the country, and so that is time and money that is going to have to be spent in a way that in a normal year we would not even be thinking or talking about. And then I also just want to highlight and thank our Housing Commission and the subcommittee on the Affordable Housing Ordinance, their working group that they put together that largely helped us come up with a pathway forward. We know more affordable housing. We just heard our 10-year anniversary of the Affordable Housing Master Plan this evening. More affordable housing is a critical community goal. It is shared across the board. And in some ways, we are limited at being able to achieve that by state code. And so asking for greater local authority is hopefully going to help enable us to do more on something that is such a critical goal here in Arlington. And so I just commend Kellen Macbeth, Katie Wegner, and Brian Coleman, who have helped really kind of shape this and move it forward, convening a lot of people, multiple meetings throughout the year, and culminating with something that we can get into the legislative agenda. So, and with that, I'll pass it back.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. In fact, I agree with you. This is by far, by orders of magnitude right now, the most pressing legislative priority, because if we crack that nut, which we have tried to crack for decades, that's our, regaining local rule on our housing ordinance. That would be an absolutely crucial improvement in our way to govern for the people. So, colleagues, with that, we are basically, we conclude this item. We will have a more of a detailed discussion at the November board meeting amongst the board, because the public comment has concluded. Of course, the public comment never concludes, because you can always send us emails and write us, and can engage in multiple places. Not the least are the Open Door Mondays. So. This is why we have a political process and a democratic process on top of that. Now, I'm moving on to the next item. We have an item number 36. Mr. Kushner, can you please call the item?
Of course. Item number 36 is the substitution of trustees, consent to subordination by the County Board of Arlington County as lender, and the substitute trustees of 4 deeds of trust, assignment of rents and leases and security agreements to 2 deeds of easement and subordination for permanent easements on the property known as 1300 North Pierce Street in Arlington, Virginia.
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Very briefly, and I don't know if the county attorney wants to add anything specifically about the trustees, but we're bringing this before you so that we can complete the necessary subordination of county's interests to allow True Grounds to move ahead. They're on schedule to start moving folks into the Marbella, and the board's action will be the necessary step to allow that to happen in the next week.
Thank you. To that effect, there is a motion that is can be construed as cruel and unusual because it is more than a page long, and our colleague, Ms. Cunningham, has volunteered to read this motion with painstaking accuracy.
And care and monitoring by our county attorney.
Exactly.
Excellent. Well, I move that the county board authorize the county real estate bureau chief or his designee to execute the attached substitution of trustees attached as Exhibit A to the board report dated October 21, 2025, on behalf of the county board as lender, substituting Kevin Black and Jason McCandless as trustees in the place instead of Susan Stout and Karen Green for the county's 4 affordable housing investment deeds of trust, assignment of rents and leases, and security agreement, recorded as instrument numbers 2023-01-00000037, 2023-01-00000038, 2023-01-0001-0584, and 2023-01-0001-0599, collectively the AHEF deeds of trust, on the property known as 1300 North Pierce Street, Arlington, Virginia, RPC numbers 38-011-006, 17-033-005, 17-033-003, 17-038-006, 17-033-332, and 17-033-333, otherwise known as the property, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. Secondly, authorize the substitute trustees, either of whom may act, to subordinate the liens of the 4 AHEF deeds of trust in the land records of Arlington County, Virginia, to the deeds of easement and subordination attached to the board report dated October 21st, 2025 as Attachment 1 and Attachment 2, together the deeds of easement. And finally, third, authorize the real estate bureau chief or his designee to execute the deeds of easement substantially in the form attached to the board report dated October 21st, 2025 as Attachment 1 and Attachment 2 on behalf of the county board as lender for the purposes of consenting to the deed of easements and subordinating the liens of the AHIF deeds of trust to the respective deeds, subject to approval as to form of all documents by the county attorney.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Is there a second? It's seconded by Vice Chair DeFerranti. Is there Do you want to speak even more to your motion?
I will speak very briefly to this motion, which is just to acknowledge that the board report was posted quite late for this, which is not our normal practice. This became more urgent because of the move-in dates and the need to make sure that people were able to move along with their accessing housing. So I appreciate the staff work to get us there, and I just apologize to the community for it being a bit tardy.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Colleagues, if there is no other discussion, no objection, I will take a vote on the item. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Nobody. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. Kushner, are there any other items to come before the board?
There are no further items.
Okay, so therefore we are adjourned. So, happy birthday, Mr. Kushner.
Yeah, do you want us to sing now?
Yes, we have happy
If
birthday
we're gonna
to
sing.
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mason. Happy birthday to you. Bye.
Thank you all.